That is an inside look at some of the tasks that are upcoming for today's U.S. spacewalk number 91, featuring NASA astronaut and flight engineer Nick Hague and commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams. As you are looking again live inside the equipment lock of the Quest airlock, that is Nick Hague across the field of view. You can see those red stripes that we'll be keeping an eye on from him throughout today's EVA. That's his indicator, those red stripes, Sunny Williams. This is an above view. You'll see the top of her helmet in the bottom right-hand corner as NASA astronaut Don Pettit and Butch Wilmore are helping those two prepare their IV support systems, their spacewalk support systems inside the International Space Station. We're about 30 minutes away for a go for depress as the two astronauts in their suits getting ready to finish up their pre-breathe as they continue to exercise and give movement to introduce more oxygen and pure oxygen into their systems to remove nitrogen and to avoid decompression and sickness. They're going over their final studies with Butch Wilmore in that shot before they will then be unhooked from their braces that are having them currently attached to the sidewalls there of the equipment lock, and they will have additional instrumentation placed on them, including the SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue, in case that would be necessary during today's spacewalk. And with that go for decompress in about 29 minutes, a little bit north of that from now, that'll put us right on schedule for what should hopefully be an egress around 7 a.m. Central Time, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Today's spacewalk is scheduled to be around 6.5 hours as they continue to adjust and prepare for those four main tasks that we were talking about and you saw the animation for as we look live inside of Mission Control in Houston. An ample crowd on hand during the handover period as Nicole McElroy and her Vista Flight team taking over for today's EVA. So far, everything nominal in preparation for today's EVA, the U.S. spacewalk number 91 and the 273rd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. NASA astronaut Don Pettit working back behind the spacesuit of Nick Hague in this shot. And again, this is a live view inside the equipment lock of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station as NASA astronauts and commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams, who is currently on the bottom of your screen. She's covered up by that back panel of her backpack of her spacesuit, being worked on by Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit at the moment, in which they will have their SAFER units attached, and those will be used in case of emergency, providing stability, thrust, and maneuverability should they become untethered from the International Space Station. And you just recently saw Don do that with Nick Hague just a few moments ago. And as it stands right now, the go for decompression as the two astronauts in the equipment lock will transfer one more. They will transition into those configurations. The hatch will be closed, and the go for decompression of the crew lock will get underway. And that's where the pressure of the crew lock will be reduced slowly to then match the vacuum of space before Sunny Williams and Nick Hague will be able to go outside and begin today's tasks.
Houston, step 16, 2 minutes purge initiated 11:40, just right at the start of 11:48.
We copy, Butch.
So we're up to step 22.
Copy and concur, step 22.
And EV2 is at 3 on the TCV.
Copy 3 for EV2.
EV1's at 4.3, EV2's at 4.2, and we're up to step 22.2.
Houston copies.
Okay, so Houston, both suits are holding 0 Delta P. We're back to step 17 of 1.225.
Copy all and concur, step 17.
Looks like we're up to the point of taking EV1 out, putting the safer on, sticking him in the airlock.
We agree.
On TCV going to 3.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, where we are continuing to follow along the coverage and preparation for US EVA number 91, featuring NASA astronauts and Commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams, and Nick Hague. We just completed a handover period here inside of Mission Control in the ISS Flight Control Room as Flight Director Nicole McElroy and her Vista flight team settled in for preparation. Now, as we look back on board and what's happening inside the International Space Station, we talked earlier in the broadcast about how support teams and Butch Wilmore in the Navy shirt on the left, and Don Pettit, the short-sleeved Navy shirt on the right-hand side, will be supporting both Sunny Williams and Nick Hague throughout today's spacewalk as they attach what is known as the SAFER units right now. And this SAFER unit, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Response, is a safety mechanism should these astronauts ever be untethered from the International Space Station. They provide stability, thrust, and maneuverability to allow them to get back to a station. So that is what they are currently will be wearing throughout today's spacewalk. And you can get a glimpse of those red stripes a little bit on the pants there towards the bottom of your screen. And Sunny Williams will await her turn here in just a couple of moments. For Sunny Williams, this is her 8th spacewalk, previously conducting 7 for a total of 50 hours and 40 minutes, in which her first of those 7 spacewalks that she has undergone, occurring nearly 18 years ago to the day, was a part of Expedition 14 back in January of 2007, in which she was out in the vacuum of space for almost 8 hours as she helped reconfigure and serve the Destiny module on the International Space Station. And for Nick Hague, this will be his 4th spacewalk, in which he previously conducted 3, totaling 19 hours and 56 minutes. Their most recent spacewalk history for Sunny Williams, she was last out in the vacuum of space back in November of 2012 as a part of Expedition 33. And for Nick Hague, it was August of 2019 as a part of Expedition 60. And you will hear communications. You heard earlier Butch Wilmore relaying down to the ground the steps and procedures that they are working through to prepare these 2 astronauts to enter the vacuum of space. They are still experiencing their pre-breathe portion, in which they are purging their bodies of nitrogen from their bloodstream. And in doing so, they are getting ready for the go for depress, in which they will move from the equipment lock, which they are currently in right now, to the crew lock, which is that illuminated back square, that framed portion of the Quest airlock that they will transition to. The hatch will be closed and the decompression will be given a go to match then the pressure of the vacuum of space and reduce before eventually beginning today's tasks. As the two continue preparations for today's spacewalk, the International Space Station traversing some 250 miles above the Pacific Ocean in orbital nighttime.
Houston, I'm one. Just to let you know, there was something floating away from the airlock towards Node 1. Probably towards the aft side of Node 1.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to follow along the progress of U.S. EVA 91 and the preparations for NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague with their support teams on board the International Space Station, and Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit currently working on attaching the safer unit and making sure everything is A-OK on the suit of astronaut Nick Hague, whose backside you are seeing towards your field of view, and Sonny Williams giving him a nice pat on the arm as Hague, and those red stripes on his suit today, makes his way into the crew lock. On the ground to support for today's EVA, and there you see in the close field of view Nicole McElroy with the black sweater on, the flight director for today's EVA, Flight Director Elias Mirmo, in for support of McElroy through today's procedures. And just to McElroy's right, you see spacewalk communicator and NASA astronaut Jessica Whitner. She will be communicating and relaying information to both Sonny Williams and Nick Hague as the EVA continues to press along, and also Capcom Aki Hoshide, who actually went on 3 different spacewalks with Sonny Williams in his career. He will be joining as well. So that is Nicole McElroy and our Vista flight team, in support Elias Mirmo, who will also be the flight director for a week from now, US EVA number 92, that will feature NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore. Also supporting today's EVA, the spacewalk lead officer, Farouk Sabur, here inside at Mission Control. He will also be relaying the information and leading today's EVA procedures, relaying information to the spacewalk communicator and Capcom, as well as any updates and information to the flight directing team as the EVA unfolds today. And again, today's EVA, once they egress or exit the Quest airlock and the crew lock, will be approximately scheduled for 6.5 hours, taking on 4 key tasks, including the remove and replace of the rate gyro assembly, the remove and replace in patches of the neutron star interior composition explorer, or the NICER experiment, as well as the Harmony Zenith planar reflector, and then preparing the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer patch panel for future upgrades. So now you can see inside the equipment lock and looking into the crew lock that Nick Hague is in position with those red stripes on his pants, both Don Pettit on the right, Butch Wilmore on the left. They are attaching the safer units onto the backside of the spacesuit for Expedition 72 Commander Sonny Williams. The pre-breathe has been underway for about an hour and a half now, but the go for decompress on the horizon, a little north of 11 minutes from this moment. There you heard communication from the ground teams as they continue to cross off items on the checklists, as both astronaut Don Pettit and Butch Wilmore aboard the International Space Station continue to prepare the And there you can see Sonny Williams beginning her journey into the crew lock with the assistance of NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit. Nick Hague already in there to join as we are approaching about 8.5 minutes now. Go for depressurization of the crew lock inside the Quest airlock at the International Space Station.
Houston on 1. For EV1, we see the water temperature rising a little bit. Check for cooling, and if you are able, could you turn your TCV to 4 for a minute or two? And that is for EV1.
And there you just heard communication from Mission Control in the ISS International Space Station Flight Control Room, relaying up to the team aboard the International Space Station in preparation for today's EVA. They referenced EV1, that is Nick Hague. EV2 is Sunny Williams, who is closest in the crew lock, that is in her suit and her helmet facing towards us. You can see the feet of Nick Hague up above, as those two have just recently been unhooked from their brackets inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock and journeyed their way into the crew lock. We're about 6 minutes away for go for depressurization of the crew lock. They'll close the hatches. Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit assisting the two astronauts going out for the extravehicular activity today.
Thanks, Butch.
E2 TCV going to 3.5.
Copy.
Houston, we've verified that the HAPs are dry, visually checked dry. The sublimators have been visually checked dry on both EMUs. Handles are down on the safers. I'm going to get your safety tethers configured. Y'all set for that?
And Butch, we copy all. Thank you very much.
All tests and checkouts continuing to move along for both NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Sunny Williams in preparation for today's US EVA number 91, the 273rd, in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, in which they will shortly be entering a go for the depressurization of the crew lock before opening up the hatch and venturing out into the vacuum of space, in which they will undergo a planned 4-task day, including the removal and replacement of the rate gyro assembly that helps give orientation data on the International Space Station, remove and replace the Harmony Zenith planar reflector, that is crucial for docking for visiting vehicles, help make patches to the neutron star interior composition explorer experiment, the X-ray telescope also known as NICER, and prepare the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer patch panel for future upgrades.
Okay, Houston, we're up to step 69.
Copy step 69. Thanks.
Do you want us to continue? And EV1 says he can go 1 notch colder on his TCV if you're not happy with his water temp.
Stand by checking.
Nick, it's currently at 5. 5.
And Butch, thanks for the report. We are happy with EV1's water temp. He can adjust as required.
EV1 copies.
And Butch, you're go to close the hatch. Be advised, go for depress in less than 2 minutes.
We're going to close the hatch. Here we go.
And there you saw and heard the call-outs for the hatch.
Latching the hatch now.
Copy.
And you heard it right there from Spacewalk Lead Officer Ferg Sabor up to the NASA astronauts aboard the International Space Station to lock the hatch from the equipment lock into the crew lock. And about 20 seconds from now, instructions given to depress the crew lock and begin lowering the pressure to match that and slowly in steps match that of the vacuum of space.
This is actually not closed yet. What did you need? Did you need anything? Correct. Oh, you'll be doing that when you get to vacuum.
Put my bag on the other side.
Okay.
Got me a little crazy over here.
Yeah. Comfortable to do what you need to do,
Yeah.
And then when we have to open the hatch, we'll shift around a little bit.
Yep. I just want to get it out of my way over here.
Got it.
Thought I could just push it, but it's coming back as usual.
Yeah.
And Airlock Houston on 1, be advised, EV crew are both hot mic'd at this point.
Okay, copy that. Got your hot mic.
All right, we're hot mic.
Copy that.
Morning, Houston.
Good morning, Houston.
Good morning, Nick and Sunny. We'll be happy to.
Great to hear from NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams for the first time as they have joined our broadcast, as they are inside the crew lock now, wishing us a good morning to the mission control room here in Houston, Texas, in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. And you can see a live shot of that flight control room now, continuing to monitor the progress of the...
Houston, I think you've got step 9 and 1.105.
And Butch, confirm step 77 is complete?
That's correct, 76 and 77.
Okay, copy that.
Those relays coming down from these Those relays coming down from the ground team here inside Mission Control Houston.
Let's know when you're ready for step 82.
Again?
It'll happen as part of the leak check in the steps right before.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Checkouts continue to move along for today's EVA procedures as NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague are inside the crew lock, which is just on the other side of that hatch that you see from your field of view. And their support teams of NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit also on the inside of the equipment lock of the Quest airlock, going through those step-by-step procedures.
79 are complete. You are go with steps 81 and subs.
Here we go. 82, check. Press pump power is off on the UIA.
Press pump power is off on the UIA.
The depress pump enabled LED is on.
Enabled light is on.
Houston, we're moving to the Q card.
Stand by.
We are now waiting the go, no go from the ground as teams here in Houston as well as up.
Houston, you said stand by for the depress repress Q card, correct?
Yeah, stand by 1. We are checking on the ground that everyone is ready. So stand by just 1 second.
Outstanding. We're standing by.
And there you heard it right there. Teams up on the International Space Station as well as teams on the ground going through those final checks before giving the go, no go for today's EVA procedures.
Wait, regarding the handover in the crew lock depress Q card, the handover from you to Jesse here, we were thinking that we can hand over after or at the initial tether config for egress. That is step 11 in the Q card.
So we have marked. We'll be ready to hand over at step 11. Thanks.
Okay, copy that. Thank you. And Airlock Houston, so we see both EV1 and EV2 HECAs on ON. We would like them to be off OFF at this time.
One's off.
Who's off?
Both HECAs are off.
Copy all.
This is Mission Control Houston, where you see NASA Flight Director Nicole McElroy on the near side of your screen, alongside with Flight Director Elias Miramo for support, going through those final checks for today's EVA procedures. Capcom Aki Hoshide, JAXA astronaut, alongside with NASA astronaut Jessica Whitner, taking over the communications roles for both Capcom and Spacewalk communicator. Whitner will be the one communicating with Sonny Williams and Nick Hague through today's procedures. And right now, waiting those final couple of checklists to come in.
Oh, yeah, plenty of room. How about you?
Yep, doing good.
You can even move over a little bit forward.
No, you're going to be throwing switches, so I'm just back here. So I've got plenty of room to grab my workstation and see what I need to do.
Yeah.
And that was Nick Hague and Sonny Williams talking together. They're right now inside the crew lock, awaiting for the official go to start depressurization of the crew lock to match the pressure that is inside to that of the vacuum of space. And we'll be hearing a lot from them as they work through today's planned spacewalk procedures.
Just looking out the window, trying to look out the window.
Yeah, shockingly enough, I think we caught up to the timeline, and I think we're just waiting on everything to get squared away down there, so maybe a few more minutes.
Okay, Butch. Thank you. You guys did an awesome job getting this stuff in here.
Yep.
Alec Houston, we are go for the crew lock depress repress Q card.
Hey, pick it up, step 1 of the depress Q card. All right, TV2. On the UIA, switch the depress pump power to on. We're going to wait 10 seconds.
Okay, on the UIA, just depress pump power coming on.
Okay, there's 10 seconds. Depress pump manual ISO valve to open.
Depress pump manual ISO valve coming to open. It's
Alert tone.
open.
Monitor your suit T gauge less than 5.5.
Copy.
If it goes above 5.5 EV2, you'll stop the depress.
Roger.
The air pressure inside the crew lock will then be lowered to match that of what will be the vacuum of space for NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams.
I'm sorry, 6.0, my bad.
Right at about 5 for my 2C. What are you at?
4.5.
PRV.
Yeah, and it's climbing a little bit.
Yep.
Crew lock's at 12 PSI.
Roger.
And get my PPRV.
Yeah, mine's honking at me.
Yep.
Ten 10.8 PSI.
Copy.
The same.
And you hear the call outs of communication between Mission Control Houston, the NASA astronauts you are seeing here on screen, and Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit, and the astronauts inside the crew lock for today's EVA, and Sonny Williams and Nick Hague, monitoring as the PSI, the pressure inside the crew lock, continues to decrease to slowly match that of the vacuum of space.
Ten PSI.
Roger. Sure.
Depressurization of the crew lock continuing to fall to match that of the vacuum of space being monitored by Don Pettit and Butch Wilmore inside the International Space Station as their spacewalk support systems for Nick Hague and Sunny Williams. As we continue to monitor as it slowly sinks down to match that, and hearing the call-outs and different milestones of that PSI falling.
Stacking 9 PSI.
Copy.
Copy.
And that call-out was to confirm 9 PSI inside the crew lock. And you hear the communication on the ground of the current PSI measurements and the countdown for approximately how long until they will reach 5 PSI inside the crew lock. That is where Nick Hague and Sunny Williams currently reside in their suits in preparation for today's EVA, and they will pause there for additional checks and checkouts of their suit and systems.
All right, 7 PSI. 2 reminders, again, expect an alert tone at 6. And for EV2, when we get to 5, we're going to take the depress pump mine ISO to closed. I'll call you.
Okay, EV2 copies.
And 1 copy.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to follow along the depressurization of the crew lock inside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, where through that hatchway is NASA astronaut Sunny Williams and Nick Hague getting ready to venture out into the vacuum of space after a few more systems checks along the way. Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit, their support systems you see inside the equipment lock, monitoring the falling PSI as it approaches 5 PSI, which they will pause for final communications and systems checks before eventually giving the go to continue, in which Nick and Sunny would then open up the hatch, switch over to internal battery power, which would officially mark the start of today's EVA.
Six for EV2.
For 1.
You're going to call me?
I'm going to call you.
Okay. I'll wait for your go. 5.1.
That's close enough. EV2, deeper front mine ISO to close.
Press pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Okay, for both of you, status until leak check question mark is displayed. Hold it for 2 seconds and follow the displayed instructions.
1 copy.
2 copies.
There you heard confirmations of communications and systems. Relay that with their support team, which you see in Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit inside the equipment lock. And there you can see the flag on the arm of one of the astronauts just inside of that crew lock. Once that is completed, the PSI will continue to climb downwards and match that of the vacuum of space, in which the astronauts inside in Hague and Williams will be given the green light to switch to internal battery power, thus officially starting today's EVA.
Complete on 1.
We check complete on 2.
Outstanding, so check your O2 actuators in EVA.
Okay.
One's an EVA.
EVA, let me just double check. Okay, there. Say it, right?
It'll say it.
Yep. So EV2 is an EVA.
Ending. We're up step 7 if you're following along there, Sonny. Depress pump man ISO valve to open. Expect alert tone.
Okay, depress pump manual isolation valve coming to open.
We're also going to open the emergency MPEV. Monitor your suit D gauge stays less than 5.5. If it goes above, stop the depress.
1 copy.
2 copies.
All right, Sonny, heads up, not now, but when we get to 2 PSI, you will close the depress pump man ISO valve.
Okay.
And I'll give you a call.
Roger that.
There you hear the confirmation, and the depressurization of the crew lock continues as NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague continue to make their checks and systems checkouts before switching to internal battery power and eventually opening up the hatch to begin their EVA in today's planned tasks for spacewalk number 91.
PSI.
Roger.
3 PSI.
NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit in your field of view, continuing to monitor the falling PSI inside the crew lock, which is just behind them, which currently holds NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague in preparation for today's EVA.
I see 2.
Okay, we're close enough. DV2, depress pump mine ISO to closed.
Press pump manual ISO valve is closed.
You can also switch the depress pump power to off.
Depress pump power is coming off.
Nice work. I'm going to hand it over to ground IV. You got it, ground.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Butch. Thanks, Don.
Good morning, Nick and Sunny. Happy to be working with you guys today. When you are ready, we can report your
Good
initial
morning, Jeff.
tether config.
Okay. Sonny, I can see.
You got it?
Yeah. So let me, you know, move your leg just a touch.
Yes.
Okay. So you can see Sunny's, it'll be her right D-ring extender. She's got a waist tether, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. And then the large hook is to the airlock D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. Then
What are you looking for?
your tether pack. That's me. Tether pack is down by here. By your shoulder a little bit. Here we go. Okay.
Are you starting from me?
Yep.
There.
So I can see on her left D-ring extender, you've got red hook, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. Goes to the red reel. The reel is unlocked. The green hook is on the red reel in the unlocked position. The yellow hook goes to the green reel. Gate closed, slider lock, black on black. Green reel is an unlock. Her anchor hook is gate closed, slider lock, black on black. My waist tether on my right side. My waist tether, large hook, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. That goes to my right D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. My tether anchor, or red hook, is on that same D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. To my red reel is unlocked. Green hook is on my red reel in the unlock. The yellow hook from the red reel goes to my green reel, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. And my anchor hook is on the workstation. I think we've got one more waste tether on you, Sunny, to confirm.
Waste tether is connected to my D-ring on my left side, and then it is connected to my mini workstation on the T-bar.
Yeah, and I can see that it is declosed vital lock black on black to your D-ring.
Okay.
Config for both crew. When the crew lock DPDT is about 0, you can expect an alert tone, and we're going to hold here till we see less than 0.5 psi.
Okay, copy that.
Okay.
And a wonderful rundown there from NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams as they went through their initial tether configurations to connect themselves to the International Space Station for safety to make sure that they remain attached to the orbiting laboratory. And they will continue to await the final calls before switching to battery power and then eventually making that progress to open up the hatch and begin today's EVA activities. And when they switch to battery power, that'll officially mark the start of today's EVA.
Checking on the gauge. I'm joking.
Hey guys, we're about 5 minutes out from 0.5 psi.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to monitor the decompression of the crew lock inside the Quest airlock of the International Space Station, in which NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams, EV1 and EV2 respectively, titled for today's U.S. spacewalk. They're continuing to monitor the progress and that decompression, or pressurization, pardon me, of the crew lock, which is just beyond that hatch in which you are seeing the support crew inside the space station, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit, and the equipment lock continuing to clean up as they await the final instructions from the team here in Mission Control Houston. Depressurization of the crew lock continuing to be monitored from the teams here on the ground in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. And they officially handed over communications of today's U.S. EVA spacewalkers Nick Hague and Sunny Williams to Jessica Whitner, and we will be hearing callouts and instructions from her and her team on the ground here in Houston as they prepare for today's EVA activities.
The gate say? I switched over. B.
Yeah, it's 0.7. Whole exponential decay thing.
Yep. Quickly.
This is Mission Control.
Enough room? Do you want me to move anywhere?
We're good for now.
Okay.
We'll need to jostle around to get the SCUs off. Then once we're in a good position, I'll get stuff to do so I can stop the hatch.
This is Mission Control Houston, where you are hearing conversations between NASA astronaut Sunny Williams and Nick Hague as they continue to monitor, as well as teams inside the International Space Station and on the ground here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston as the PSI continues to fall inside the crew lock of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station as both Williams and Hague prepare for today's planned EVA and upcoming tasks.
Right at 0.5 on the gauge.
Roger.
For Houston, go.
And copy that, Nick. We're seeing a 0.55 still, so we're waiting about another minute or so.
All right, that man, is it daylight or nighttime out there?
I go with daylight. Didn't cheat. Guess I could have looked at the timeline.
I didn't either. I'll say nighttime. One of us will be right.
Like that approach.
And there you heard the call out that the teams on the ground are go for hatch open.
All right, Nick, Sunny. Nick, if you can verify again, the EV hatch gauge is less than 0.6 psi. You have a go to open and stow the hatch.
Okay, copy that. I see 5. Opening the hatch.
Okay. Oh, you won.
Daylight.
Daylight.
Nice. Back up a little bit.
Yep.
And there you see the exterior of the Quest airlock, in which the hatch will shortly be opened up by NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams as they get ready to begin today's EVA.
Now. And for the crew, we're going to go ahead and hold here for a couple minutes while we look at data.
Copy.
Holding.
GFM is closed.
And copy that, Butch.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to follow along the progress of what will soon be the hatch opening of the crew lock, a part of the Quest airlock on the International Space Station, in which inside that crew lock, Nick Hague and Sunny Williams prepare for U.S. EVA spacewalk number 91 and today's planned tasks. We're currently experiencing a temporary loss of video feeds from the International Space Station, but as expected, and we will have those views from just outside the Quest airlock shortly. As you heard the calls on the ground, good to proceed and continue on with today's EVA as Nick Hague and Sunny Williams for Hague anticipating the beginning of his 4th spacewalk, and for Sunny Williams, this will be her 8th. For Sunny Williams and her experience out in the vacuum of space in her 7 previous, that's 50 hours and 40 minutes of time. And for Nick Hague, we mentioned it'll be his 4th coming up here and momentarily to add to his total of 19 hours and 56 minutes.
So we are go for the EVA. When you are ready, both of you can take your switch power to BAT, and you will stagger switch throws. Expect a warning tone.
Okay, here goes mine.
And that?
Yep. EV1's in bat.
Okay. EV2's in bat.
I've got a functional display.
I do too.
Copy, functional displays. Sunny, on the UIA, you can switch power EV1 and 2, two switches to off.
EV1 power coming off. LED is off. EV2 power coming off. LED is off.
Copy.
Copy, that's good checks.
And expected H2O is off message.
Yep.
Copy for both of you now. You can disconnect your SCU from your DCM and install your DCM cover.
Copy. And remember the holes before you remove it after you unlock it. Verify.
Little pieces of ice coming out.
Yeah, just a little, but we are good.
Some cover is coming on. One in the SCU.
Cover's on, SCU stowed in the pouch.
Cover's on. SCU almost in the pouch. Pouch. Have to move that around a little bit.
If you can, once you get yours down, just as you back out, my SCU pouch kind of comes back towards your direction.
Yep.
Yeah, so just as you back up, just mindful.
Yep. Do.
This is Mission Control Houston, where we just heard the callouts and the timing and communication exchange between the NASA astronauts and Nick Hague and Sonny Williams aboard the International Space Station and the teams on the ground, confirming a 7:01 a.m. Central Time start time to today's EVA.
If both SCUs are stowed in their pouches now, you can check the depressed pump man ISO valve is closed.
Pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Happy for both of you.
And again, to confirm that the official start time for today's EVA, after that communications exchange we just heard, 7:01 a.m. Central Time, 8:01 a.m. Eastern, to begin U.S. spacewalk number 91.
Max hot.
2 max hot.
Copy. For both of you now, switch water to on.
Water on.
2, water on.
Copy. Check DCM blank, bite off.
And blank, bite off.
2, blank, bite off.
Great. So now you can take your TCV as desired and just report your setting.
Work. Right. One, setting a 4.
Me 2, 4.
Copy. For both of you, just report all subsequent TCV changes to us, and please report your suit P gauge now.
Moon copies, and I have 4.3.
EV2 is 4.2.
All right, we are good to go down here. So we'll set your visors as required. You guys are going to be exiting into the day. It's about 7 minutes until sunset. And at this time, Nick, I'm going to have you inspect the hatch sealing surface for any damage, water, discoloration, or residue.
There's nothing apparent on the hatch sealing surface. Looks normal.
All right, Nick, that's good news. You can now open the hatch thermal cover. You're going to unhook that strap, move the thermal cover open, and then cinch the strap snug till 6 lines visible.
You are looking live just outside of the Quest airlock on board the International Space Station as you're starting to...
Strap is cinched snug.
As you're starting to see movement of the hatch opening as NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams, now 7.5 minutes into today's EVA, will open things up as you see there and get ready to traverse out into the vacuum of space.
You're going to be attaching your anchor hook to forward and Sunny's to aft.
And that is EV1 Nick Hague, the first one to pop out of the hatchway of the crew lock of the International Space Station. And at the time, the International Space Station currently flying some 250 miles over Turkmenistan and about to enter an orbital nighttime period.
And Sunny, while Nick is working anchor hooks, you can work to retrieve the large ORU bag for handoff.
You want to come towards the center.
That is NASA astronaut Nick Hague just outside the hatchway area of the
Nick, when you're ready.
crew lock of the Quest airlock, EV1, designated by the red stripes you can see on the pants of his suit.
Moving in position for the BRT. It's good if you just hold it right there.
Yep.
Get a hook on it. See a good hook.
And Nick,
Releasing the airlock hook.
Yep.
Nick, just jumping in. We want to make sure that the
come back in.
reels are unlocked.
You back.
The safety tethers.
Yeah, affirm, Nick.
I'm locked on my red.
Yeah, I can I understand. I'm going to deal with this ORU real quick, Jess, and then I'm going to check those.
Cappy, no problem. We're about a minute and a half to another handover.
Okay. Okay. It's in a decent spot. Reels. Got mine floating right in front of me. I see 2 reels unlocked. And yours, I see a green reel unlocked and a red reel unlocked. All 4 reels are unlocked. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get out of your way.
Cappy, good check.
My legs are going to... I'm coming out.
Okay. Tether is right in front of you.
Okay, and I have my BRT tether on the lock bag.
Okay.
Right now.
Tether's attended nice right directly in front of you, so clear your legs.
What is there?
You're good. Safety tethers are just strung out in front of you towards your tether point. You're good.
All right.
Go.
The lock bag is coming out. It is on the BRT tether. Okay.
And that is an expected loss of signal temporarily, and as communications switch over between satellites. But just before, you saw NASA astronaut Nick Hague wearing the suit with red stripes, EV-1, exit the Quest airlock, and Sunny Williams was just making her way out of the hatch herself.
I'm going to get both my legs.
And this is a live look inside of Mission Control Center in Houston, the ISS Flight Control Room, as they continue to monitor the egress or exit of the Quest airlock and crew lock of the International Space Station for these 2 astronauts.
Nick, Sunny, we're back with you after the handover. I think Nick's working large ORU bag on his BRT, and Sunny, you're going to get crew lock bag number 1 for yourself.
Yeah, just to bring you up to speed, I've got the large ORU bag on my BRT. Sunny has the crew lock bag red on her BRT red. And she just put on a BRT, so
yep,
kind of outside and cleaned up.
Now I got to get my BRT on the other side. Paddles ended. It is on. Crew lock bag on my left side.
All right, I copied that update,
I got
Nick.
all 3 tabs up on you.
And Nick, if you got a second before you close the thermal cover there, we're looking for a visual inspection of the thermal cover for any water discoloration or residue as well.
Yeah, and I didn't see anything. You see anything on your side,
I
Sunny?
don't see anything on my side.
Yeah, and even on the surface where the thermal cover adheres to on the bottom of the airlock, I don't see anything.
Me neither.
Okay, copy. We're go to continue. You can close the thermal cover when you're ready, and then both of you can take your HECAs to on.
I see your HECAs on.
Okay, and I see your green light. We'll just start with buddy checks.
Yep.
So I see a green light. You got both your helmet lights are on. That's good. I saw 1, 2, 3 tabs are up. Your safety tethers are in a good config. You've got a waist tether down. The safety tether comes in front of your BRT, so when you push that behind, it's in a good spot.
Yep.
The rest of your tools, like they're in a good spot.
Hey, I see your HECA on. I see 1, 2, 3 tabs up. I see your safety handles are on, which is good.
Yep.
I see your tethers, the tether on your right-hand side, and you are on your mini workstation end effector, and I see you are BRT to your large ORU bag as well as tethered.
And can you rotate a little bit? And ISO valve is down, so both your safer handles are down as well.
Yep.
My HAP is no change. It is dry.
My HAP is no change and dry.
All right, that's good checks, both crew. We can start our translation now. So, Nick, you're going to lead and head out to the S0 port wedge face. Let me know if you want some mile markers along the way. And then, Sunny, you're going to follow to the starboard CETA cart.
Start up.
There you heard great communication between NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams as they have exited the Quest airlock and did buddy checks to make sure everything was A-OK before beginning their motions to move across the International Space Station and begin their first planned task of the day, the remove and replace of the Rate Gyro Assembly Unit number 2 that helps provide orientation data on the International Space Station. From this field of view, Nick Hague, you can see lightly those red stripes on the top of his backpack. He will be in the now top left part of the screen, and Sunny Williams right behind him. She is in the unmarked spacesuit for today's EVA. And while they make their way across, flight controllers have given the command to power down the Rate Gyro Assembly number 2, as both Nick Hague and Sunny Williams make their way over to that portion of the International Space Station truss system. And again, that rate gyro to remove and replace provides orientation data on all 3 axes of the International Space Station. That is today's priority task of U.S. spacewalk number 91.
6, went up to phase 1.
Copy, Nick. As you go over the top, I have a couple cautions specific to you. Remember, you want to avoid contact with the GPS antennas and then avoid loading the NZGL cable and connectors on that HAB tray on the back side of the truck.
Okay. Understand all.
Nick, I see you heading forward. I'm going to start heading up.
I think that's enough that my 6th tether will stay out of your way now.
Yep. I see it anyway. I will watch it.
We are approaching 19 minutes into today's EVA activities as NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams continue to communicate as they make their way over to the first task of the EVA, which is to remove and replace the Rate Gyro Assembly Unit number 2 that has been given the command to be powered down in anticipation of this remove and replace. And this is all part of the ISS assembly maintenance and upgrades for today's planned 4 tasks. This is the first of those 4. That is astronaut Nick Hague in the red stripes moving into position with Sunny Williams closely following behind as the International Space Station currently in an orbital nighttime.
Crossing over each other. I see it here in front of me. Okay.
And there's a great look at Expedition 72 Commander Sunny Williams with Nick Hague just above her on the truss of the International Space Station, translating across that truss to begin work on the Rate Gyro Assembly Unit number 2 replacement.
I'm over on the CETA cart, Jeff.
A-firm. Sunny, you're going to head out to the starboard CETA cart, and once you're there, you can stow crew lock bag 1 on any of the CETA cart square grids. We're going to have you do an APFR task.
Okay. Sure. Look.
Hey, Jeff, I'm at 3519 for the location.
Awesome. Yep, you're going to stow one end of your mini workstation RET on that handrail for the failed RGA, and then you can continue moving down. You want to avoid contact with that S0 aft-face radiator as well.
And I see the shiny surface. A good hook down on 3519 with one end of the RET. Their end is free.
Cappy Nick, your next step here is going to be to open the RGA-2 thermal shroud. As you move down, you're going to be peeling that port to starboard and then releasing the Velcro from under handrail 3520, which is that handrail where your work site is.
Yeah, didn't work.
Getting the pull-out bag is connected. I'm just getting it off of me.
Cappy Sunny, let me know when you're ready for words for the APFR relocate.
I'm ready for words.
Okay, you're going to relocate the APFR from the WIF-X that's currently in WIF 1, and you're just moving the APFR only to WIF 4.
Got a tether on it.
Copy.
So just the APFR WIF 4, which is the one on the top. Wait. That's the one in the middle. Correct?
WIF 4 is going to be the one on the top it's actually going to be port side of the starboard pseudocart.
Yep. Port and hop up.
Yeah, A-frame, that's a good read back. And then you're looking for a clocking of 3, and then I have the other settings for you when you're ready.
Clocking of 3.
23.5 minutes into today's EVA, you're seeing Sunny Williams adjusting the portable foot restraint systems in preparation for today's first task of US EVA number 91, the removal and replacement of rate gyro assembly number 2. For Sunny Williams, this is EVA, her 8th spacewalk into the vacuum of space, nearly more than 18 years after her first. As for Nick Hague, this is his 4th, and he will be seen in red stripes on his suit. His first since August of 2019.
No.
Okay. Handrail 3520. My eye is open. I see our RGA. Going to work on temp stowing our U bag.
Yeah, copy, Nick, that you're down there at 3520. You can attach the other end of that pre-staged RET to the failed RGA now and get that off your mini workstation.
All right, I got the collar to move, Jeff. Maybe I'm not getting it far enough.
Copy, Sunny. You're getting the collar to move, but just to understand, you're not able to pull the APFR out, like the paddles aren't depressing.
Yeah. I think I have to get to the black line to the yellow line. Wait. I'm not getting it over there. It's not allowing the paddles to be depressed. Interesting.
Yeah, copy, Sunny.
If
the collar should be all the way black on white or black on yellow in this case. And I copy, Nick, about the RET. You can temp stow the large ORU bag on that S0 wedge face now.
three axes of the International Space Station.
Are you ready for me over there?
Yeah, I'm still on the ORU back, so you got time to troubleshoot.
Yeah, Sunny, we don't have a whole lot of good workarounds here, but the feedback that I'm getting is just trying to get that collar rotated all the way. And like I see you going back and forth on the collar as well, trying to get it loosened up. And then just making sure with the WIFX also kind of moving with you a little bit that we're staying as perpendicular to it as we can as we're pulling out.
If I can get the paddles, I'll definitely do that, but I don't know if I can get that collar all the way over to the white.
Yeah, we copy.
It's right to the edge.
This is a live view from astronaut Nick Hague's helmet camera as he looks onto the rate gyro assembly as he prepares for the removal and replacement of this unit. The priority task of today's EVA is his partner for today, and Sonny Williams continues to configure that portable foot restraint. And there you can see Williams just outside the truss system of the International Space Station continuing to work with that foot restraint.
Sonny, one last recommendation here. If you can try to rotate the collar to as far as you can get it with one hand and then squeeze the paddles with the other and just see if you get any motion in the paddles at all.
I don't get any motion at all. The collar's definitely not in the right place. I don't get the paddles to move at all.
And just TCV at 5.
Copy, Nick, TCV 5.
We had any problems with this one before?
The locking collar won't even rotate on you?
Now 30 minutes into today's EVA activities as you are seeing Expedition 72 Commander and NASA astronaut Sonny Williams continuing to work on the portable foot restraint just outside the truss system of the International Space Station.
Yes, Sonny, we're thinking through it down here as well.
Williams in constant communication to troubleshoot with the team here on the ground with NASA astronaut and spaceflight communicator Jessica Whitner.
All right, Sonny, with that, it sounds like this APFR has given us trouble in the past, so you're kind of confirming something we may already know. That said, at this point, we're just going to leave it where it's at, and if you can just put it back in its original config, black on black, and then we'll get you inside the truss.
Black on black.
Copy.
And that is a live look in from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Sonny Williams as she was just communicating with Jessica Whitner, the spacewalk communicator for today's EVA, on the portable foot restraint. As her and astronaut Nick Hague prepare for the removal and replacement of the rate gyro assembly number 2 on board the orbiting laboratory.
With the integral lid tether, and then we can get you working on the RGA. And Sonny, for you, we're going to have you ingress the S0 truss right there through phase 1 at bay 2 and to access those RGA bolts. And then I have a caution for you not to translate on the radiator heat pipes inside the truss, and then also avoid contact with the Z93 painted surfaces.
Copy that. Coming in. All right, Nick, I'm on the other side, as you can probably see.
Yep.
Get myself in position.
See some light. In Houston, you'll probably see little flakes of Z93 off this basement unit. It's like it's liberating from that same spot that was missing some before. Edges are crumbling off.
Yeah, Nick, to confirm, that's on the new unit when you open the bag, correct?
The new unit, A-firm.
Nick, I have my BRT down on 3507. My waste tether down on 3527. Great place here.
Just there's enough rigidity in the bag lid that it stays open without having to restrain it open.
Okay, copy, Nick, about the bag, and we're going to go ahead and proceed. So when you're ready, we can work to demate the connectors from RGA2, and Sunny, you can help as well if you can reach the nadir connector. But there's two connectors, nadir and aft, and we're going to disconnect both of them and just get good inspection on FOD, pins,
I can
EMI.
reach the nadir. My hand right on the nadir one when you guys are ready. Go ahead.
And we are ready for you to disconnect.
Over center.
Looks like good release. Over center.
This one goes towards me.
Towards you. Yep. A-firm. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Away from you. No, you were right. Towards you. I see it moving. It comes straight out. It looks like it's turning sideways a little. Try pulling back on the... No, you got it.
Okay, I see no FOD. That's an EMI band.
Good EMI band.
Let me get down and take a look underneath. Get my head in there. As I can tell, oh, that looks good. No FOD. My band. All looks good on this field.
Good. And I'm going to move on. Okay. Just removing my electrical on that outside. The red's right in the way. And see good pins. DMI band. No FOD. Good connector.
Copy, those are good inspections. So, Nick, if you need to, you can release those TA clamps. If you don't, you just want to restrain the connectors clear of the work site.
And that's enough to do. Perfect. That's good. All right.
Okay, and once that's good, both of you can get out your PGTs, and we'll work to release these bolts.
Good work. Right.
37 minutes into today, and Sonny Williams on the right in their helmet cams as they work on today's first task, the removal and replacement of the rate gyro assembly number 2, which helps calculate rotational rate data and the rate of change of the orientation of the International Space Station and helps better calculate that orientation. This rate gyro assembly number 2 originally installed back in September of 2009 as a part of STS-128 and Space Station Assembly Mission number 17.
Copy. For both of you, the RGA bolts can be released and installed simultaneously and in any order. Just prior to that last bolt, just make sure you guys are ready because the RGA will be free after release. When you're ready, you can...
Copy. Like we discussed, Sunny. Go ahead and let's do the first one, Simo. I'll make sure that get the bolt. I'm in a good spot.
And for both of you, we're expecting 10 to 14 turns, and you can release bolts.
A great view there of the tools being used to release the current rate gyro assembly unit in preparation for the removal and replacement with the backup unit.
And guys, for order of ops here, we have Nick, you releasing both of your bolts on the aft side, and then Sunny holding on the last bolt to have Nick stow his PGT so he's ready to take the RGA.
Okay, our bolt is out.
Okay, I'm working on the lower one now.
12 turns.
Copy, Sunny, 12 turns on the nadir bolt.
Okay, 12 turns on the Zenith, 11 turns on the nadir aft bolts. So release.
Copy, 12 and 11. Nick, you can stow your PGT and then prep just to take the RGA out of its location once Sunny drives that last bolt.
Yep. Okay, Sunny.
I'm on the last one.
Yep, I gotta put this PGT away.
Ready for me to continue?
And bye.
And then, Nick, for you, I have a warning. There is a pinch point. You want to keep your fingers clear of the gap between the RGA handle and the truss during RGA removal and install.
I'm not done yet. Ready?
Yep, I'm ready for you to release.
Okay, 11 and 11. Sorry, 12 and...
Now.
A great view there of the release of that rate gyro assembly number 2 from the view of and perspective of NASA astronaut Sunny Williams, who just released that last bolt, and it's currently in the hands of NASA astronaut Nick Hague just across her field of view. And the replacement unit, this RGA number 2, will help calculate the rotational rate data of the International Space Station. For Sunny Williams, she is currently inside the S0 truss of the International Space Station, which is quite near the midway point of the backbone of the structure of the orbiting laboratory.
Cap removed, good pins, no fog.
Copy the inspection.
Piston cap removed. No FOD.
Copy, good inspection. And Sunny, if while you're waiting you want to set up your PGT for the install, the settings will be Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Now 43 minutes into today's EVA and the first planned task of the remove and replace of the rate gyro assembly. The assembly unit number 2 has been removed from its original position aboard the International Space Station on the S0 truss, essentially the midway point of the backbone of the orbiting laboratory. And you saw from the helmet cam of Nick Hague, the NASA astronaut, that he was beginning to uncover and bring out the replacement unit that will go in its place. And this is a view from Sunny Williams' helmet cam. She is inside the truss system and will await the arrival of that new unit. And there you can see Nick Hague just across her field of view as they now begin to move the new rate gyro assembly unit into place.
Sunny, we're going to drive the bolts to hard stop 9.5 to 13 turns. And Nick, for you, those settings were Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Yeah, Alpha 6 clockwise 2.
Okay, lower 16 turns. Actual 8.8. 8.3. 16 turns, 8.3.
Copy, Sunny. We heard 8.3 and 12 turns. Can you confirm green light on the nadir bolt?
On the nadir bolt.
Copy, thank you. That's good bolt.
And my nadir bolt is installed. Got 13 turns. Actual torque of 23.3. Green light.
Copy, Nick. Nadir bolt. And Nick, if we can have you verify, we want to verify that you're not in the Bravo setting still. It just seems like the torque is a little higher than we were expecting.
Yep, I was in Bravo.
The zenith bolt is 12.4 turns, 8.5 on the torque. Green light.
Copy, Sunny. That's a good bolt for the zenith. You can stow your PGT and hold for a second.
Okay, working on the last bolt. The 6, yeah.
And Nick, if we can have you pause for a second, we might have you back out that lower bolt.
Got one turn on. Pausing.
That's fine, Nick. We'll just have you hold there. Copy you on your one turn.
Empty girl.
Kicked a lot harder than I was expecting.
About that APFR.
It starts easy and then just hangs up hard, or does it just kind of slowly build up?
Stopped.
Yeah.
All right, Nick, I have some words for you. So we're going to go ahead and back off that nadir bolt 1 turn. So you're going to set Bravo 6 counterclockwise 2, and then just looking for 1 turn, and then we'll reset and drive to our stop.
Bravo 6, counterclockwise to 1 turn only.
Good readback.
Yes. One turn.
Cappy, we're going to set now Alpha 6 clockwise 2, and then you can drive to hard stop.
Alpha 6 was 2 is set.
Can I start working on the nadir electrical?
Yes, Sonny, we're just going to have you stand by until we get this bolt drove.
Okay, Jess, I got good green light, 6.2 actual torque, and 1.03 turns. The wrong setting. It was on Alpha 4. Me to hit it again to raise it to the 0.3.
Stand by, Nick. We're talking. And Nick, you can just switch up to Alpha 6 and then do it one more time for us.
Alpha 6 is set.
Just over 50 minutes in today's EVA tasks, as you hear and see the work being done by NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sonny Williams on attaching the replacement unit of the Rate Gyro Assembly Unit number 2 that measures the rate of angular motion of the International Space Station, making sure that the torque and all the proper settings are correct for this replacement unit.
Just good green light, 8.2 on the actual torque, additional 11 turns.
Copy, Nick, and can you confirm green light?
Good green light.
Copy, that's a good boat. You can stow your PGT. And Sonny and Nick, we are go now for the NZGL connection. So again, just looking for a good inspection. And then Sonny, if you want to work nadir, that's P678 to J671.
Inspection before.
Good inspection on my connector. Depends. No fog to the EMI band.
Copy, Nick, and you can connect the aft as well. That's P680 to J673.
Copy. Made it over center.
Copy.
Made it over center on the Mater one as well.
Not quite over center.
Copy, and to confirm, the TA clamps are still closed.
Clamps are closed. We're still working on the nadir.
Push that. You can push it from your side?
Yeah, I'm going to reach in.
Your confirmation of good bolts to connect the new rate gyro assembly unit to its new position in the S0 Trust of the International Space Station, and now NASA astronauts Nick Hague, which that is his viewpoint that you are seeing on your screen now, alongside with his partner for today's US-91 EVA, are connecting or reconnecting the rate gyro assembly.
It's still got to go up, so if you can just push on the back shell up as hard as you can. Almost there.
Boy. What are those two sides look on that?
The sides?
Yeah. Is there any gap in between them?
There's no gap. It looks like the soft dock was aligned. We've got the back shell most of the way up. Just a smidge short of
over center.
Yeah. I'm going to get rid of this DRT closer.
Over center now.
There you go. That's it. That took no force once you got it there.
Yeah, I had to get upside down to do it.
Outstanding. So they're both made it over center, Jeff.
All right, awesome work. All right, with that, guys, the RGA install is complete, so we're moving over to cleanup now. Sunny, you can egress the truss and check your safer handles down, and then you're going to go retrieve your crew lock bag from the starboard feeder cart.
Work.
Nick, for you, we're going to relocate the bag ret from the spare RGA to the failed RGA zenith of you.
Good. Copy that.
And Nick, once you do that, you can then disconnect the other ret that's on handrail 3519, holding the failed RGA, and then stow the failed RGA in the.
Sonny.
Yep. All right, you got the moon behind you too. I'm gonna keep moving.
Got it.
This is Mission Control Houston. As you've heard, the first task of today's spacewalk is now complete. The replacement of a failing rate gyro assembly, RGA number 2, has now been replaced with a new healthy unit. That task completed at the 56-minute mark into today's spacewalk. And the Attitude Determination and Control Officer here in Mission Control has been given the go to power up that new unit. Nick Hague and Sonny Williams, almost an hour into today's spacewalk, will now stow the old rate gyro assembly back into the airlock before they press ahead to the next pair of tasks, in which they'll split up, with Nick Hague conducting the installation of patches in the nicer telescope payload on the outside of the International Space Station. Sonny Williams will be working on the zenith side of the station to replace a planar reflector, one of the navigation tools on the zenith side of the International Docking Adapter, to which the Crew 9 SpaceX Dragon transport vehicle is currently docked.
Copy, Sonny. Can you check that your safer handles are down? I don't think we heard it.
Yep, sorry about that. Okay. Safer handles down.
Copy, Sonny. And before you get moving as well, we'd take a glove and hap check.
Left safer handles down. Ups are nominal. Hap is dry.
Just to reset where we're at the 1 hour mark into today's spacewalk, the 273rd, in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades. You're hearing the voices of the two crew members outside the station, Nick Hague and Sonny Williams, and our spacecraft communicator here in Mission Control, that is astronaut Jessica Whitner.
Under the empty on the port gift card.
And hey, Nick, for you, we saw you just put the failed RGA in the bag. Did you see any flakes from the failed RGA come out of the bag or anything when you did that?
No, I haven't noticed anything coming off the failed. The only thing I've noticed is the stuff coming off what we put in. And since I pulled it out, I haven't seen anything hanging around in the bag.
Okay, Nick, copy. And if we could just have you hold there for a second. We're talking about the RET configuration in the bag and potentially making a change to reduce the amount of flakes that may come off of the failed now.
Okay. Hold here.
And Sonny, for you, I do have APFR settings when you're ready.
Stand by. Okay, the bag is connected to the APFR. Put the RT on. RT ret is on the APFR as well. What are my settings?
Copy, Sunny. The settings for the APFR are going to be November, Kilo 1.
November, Kilo 1. I think I'm going to I'm going to move it off of this engine first. Very set settings. That's okay with you? Down here in the heads and the bunch of stuff.
Copy, Sunny, if that works for you.
Just over an hour and 4 minutes into today's EVA, and there you see a great view of NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams, making her way away from the S0 truss, which the rate gyro assembly number 2 had just been completed with the remove and replace of the old unit to a new one that has just been approved to be powered on. And then also in that field of view, you see the SpaceX Dragon for Crew 9 off into the distance, as both Sunny Williams and Nick Hague will stow the old rate gyro assembly unit here shortly before continuing on with today's planned tasks. And those tasks will include the removal and replacement of a Harmony Zenith planar reflector, which is actually close to that Dragon spacecraft, as well as the installation of a neutron star interior composition explorer patch, or the NICER X-ray telescope experiment, and prepare the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer patch panel for future upgrades.
All right, remind me just this pitch setting here. November, push in, unlock, unlock.
And from saying November is correct.
November is locked. What's the other one?
Kilo 1.
Kilo 1. Good.
How large are you on my BRT?
Copy, Nick. Large ORU on your BRT, and can you confirm the thermal shroud is closed?
Working on it.
Copy.
Trying to get the BRT on ORU before I have to on my safety tether getting the wrong way.
Copy, no problem.
Are you seeing HECA? Out of curiosity?
Yeah, affirm. I see your HECA now.
I've got the Velcro down on 3520, working my way up the
Nick, when you can, perform a glove and hap check, and then we'll get you translating back to the airlock. It's Sunny for you. Once you get the APFR set, just verify the pitch knob's locked and can be depressed.
Pitch knob is locked and can be depressed. Yes. In its correct setting, I'm going to put it on my BRT.
Copy.
Paddles are locked on the VRT.
You should be able to see down. All eyes in a good config.
Hey, firm Nick, we're looking at your HECA and it looks like a good config.
Great communication there between NASA astronaut Nick Hague as well as the teams on the ground. The confirmation of a good power up of the rate gyro assembly at number 2, the replacement unit that was just recently completed by NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Sunny Williams together, as they are starting to receive data and shortly receive data of the angular motion that it will measure of the International Space Station about its 3 different axes.
As on the GPS antenna, after leads off, continuing down phase 2.
Hey, Nick, where are you right now?
Phase 2 coming down on phase 1. I've got the ORU bag.
I'm just getting my VRT and my filler bag and the APFR behind me.
Okay.
And I'll start moving.
I see your safety tether.
And Sunny, it looks like we lost your HECA again, if you could see if that powered off.
There we go.
And for both of you, good news, RGA-2 is up and running. We had a successful power up. Nice work.
Excellent. Great.
Under the MT?
I'm just on the upper side of the lab.
And Sunny, I think I hear you're translating now. We just want to make sure we're pressing the seat cart brakes.
Right. With something else. That's called Jeff. Sorry about being moving around too fast.
Hey, I'm on the seat spur.
Wonderful views from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Nick Hague as they are translating from the S0 truss on the International Space Station about the midway point, the backbone of the International Space Station, and you can see the curvature of the Earth below him. And there is the Quest airlock right in front of him as he moves to go and stow the replaced rate gyro assembly at number 2. As for NASA astronaut Sunny Williams, she is making her way to the space-facing side of the Harmony module in preparations for the next task for today's EVA, the replacement of a planar reflector that is used for visiting vehicles and their approach to the International Space Station.
Press 2 times. Deport 1. Sorry, starboard 1.
Copy, Sunny. I think I copied. That was the starboard seat cart brakes.
Deport 1 at first. On the starboard 1.
I'm at the airlock. Thermal cover's open.
Copy, both of you.
I'm on the strip. And down to the left.
All right, Sunny, I have a couple words for you while you're translating. A few cautions. As you head outboard, you want to avoid contact with the deployed CBM pedals, grapple pin, target, and shaft. And then you also do not want to translate on the WETA stanchion.
Okay.
And then lastly, as you...
Remind me the handrail I'm putting my green hook on?
Yeah, Affirm, I'm about to give that to you. The lab handrail 0272, it's going to be the forward in cone of the lab just above the cable tray.
And there you hear the communication to NASA astronaut Sunny Williams as he continues to move along the International Space Station en route to the zenith or space-facing side of the Harmony module, in which he will begin the second task of today's EVA after completion of the rate gyro assembly number 2, and that is to remove and replace a planar reflector. And that planar reflector is used among a variety of communications devices for visiting vehicles to measure distance and rate of closure.
And Sunny, I know you're still translating, I think, but maybe when you get to that green hook location, if you could check your HECA. We're still not seeing anything down here.
0272 is locked. Press the button again. Hook is down. Black on black locked. 0272.
Copy your green hook, Sunny.
I'm on node 2.
Affirm. See you moving on node 2 now, or hear you moving on node 2. We're still working to get your camera view up.
Artillery bag is on the airlock, large, small, that we move by BRT red, having the airlock bag bundle.
Copy.
Have the crew lock bag on BRT red, good hook. Now the airlock.
Copy, Nick.
Do you have my HECA yet?
Unfortunately not, Sunny. We're still working it down here. If you are making your way over there on the zenith side of PMA, I have some handrail numbers for you if you need them. Otherwise, we're looking for PMA 3 with 5 for the APFR install. And Sunny, we just have one more request for you to just check that camera one more time for us. Sorry about that.
The camera again. I have a green light.
All right, we copy, Sunny. You're seeing a green light.
I'm at the vertical handrail right now. PMA 3. Not on it quite yet. I'm still on the front of node 2.
Copy, Sunny. Thanks for the updates. Nick, once you are ready to start translation, we're looking for glove, hat, and...
Lock bag is on my BRT, closing the thermal cover. Thermal cover's closed.
Copy, thermal cover closed. And Nick, can you just confirm that you did leave your PGT in the airlock? I don't think we heard that clear.
Oh, I did not. Let me do that.
Copy, good checks.
Remind me of the clocking.
Sunny, we're looking for clocking of 10.
That is on the single line.
Affirm, that'll be single line clocking of 10.
Still checking. Okay. 10, November. 1, Let's get the other. Well,
Now 1 hour and 19 minutes into today's EVA activities and the completion of the first task of 4 assigned to NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams, and that was the removal and replacement of the RGA-2, the rate gyro assembly number 2 unit. And you saw the helmet cam of astronaut Nick Hague placing that worn out unit back inside the Quest airlock and the crew lock, as NASA astronaut Sunny Williams continues to prepare for what would be the second task for her today, which would be the removal and replacement of the planar reflector, and that'll be inside the zenith or space-facing port of the Harmony module that's currently occupied by the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft that brought Crew 9 to the International Space Station. And that planar reflector, one of many communications tools used for visiting vehicles on approach to the orbiting laboratory to help measure the distance and rate of closure.
And Sunny, we do have a big picture view of you from the lab starboard camera, but we're still working on your HECA.
okay, I am here. I have the lock bag is still on the APFR. APFR is installed. I'm on the front of PMA-3 and below Dragon and everything. My head is way below it, so I am ready for the next words.
Copy, Sunny. We're just looking for good words, black on black, pull twist test, and the pitch knob can be depressed for the APFR.
Okay, black on black, good pull wiggle test on the APFR. Pitch knob can be depressed, yes.
Okay, thanks for that. You can unbundle your crew lock bag now from the APFR, and you're going to want to stow that on your BRT. And we just want to make sure your BRT is nice and snug and will be away from Dragon when you ingress with the crew lock bag on it. And Sunny, we also have a request for you to power cycle your HECA when able.
Again, I have a green light.
Copy, power cycle complete. And Nick, for you, it looks like we lost your HECA as well, so we'll take the same thing if you can power cycle your HECA when able.
Got it.
Is off right now.
Communication between NASA astronaut Sunny Williams and astronaut Nick Hague with the ground team here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as they continue to prepare themselves for the second task of today's EVA. The view you see here is of Sunny Williams as she prepares herself for the planar reflector remove and replace. And you heard that communication, making sure that she is properly tethered and safely attached to the International Space Station.
With that, when you're ready, you can begin your translation out to S3, the Bay 1517 interface. We're going to head up to NICER.
I'm leaving the airlock.
Copy, Nick.
Sunny, I just left my fair lead in. I think that'll help you when you come back to the airlock.
Okay.
I don't know if you put a fair lead in, but it's at the base of the fuse for.
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
Real quick one.
And Sunny, while you're working your crew lock bag there, I have a couple more cautions to read to you. You want to minimize contact with the contamination at the planar reflector work site, and then you want to avoid contact with the glass on the planar and hemi reflectors themselves.
Okay. Right, Jack, I have the crew lock bag on me. I actually have both of the adjustables on my mini workstation to sort of keep it away from everything floating around as well. So, should stay away next to my left side. Are we ready for some pictures?
Okay, Sunny, that's a good config with your bag, and we are go for photos.
Okay. Remind me exactly what you want.
Yeah, we want, jokingly, everything there. We're going to look for the visible dragon surfaces, the planar and hemi reflectors, best effort on those because they're kind of under the nose cone, the IDA and PMA hardware, and then anywhere else you see any of that contamination. And Nick, we're still not seeing your HECA as well for your assay. We don't have a great camera view. I do have a green hook location. We saw the power cycle. We're troubleshooting on deck, but I do have a green hook location at mile marker 5460.
5460.
Good readback.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to bring you live coverage and updates from today's U.S. EVA number 91, currently being operated by NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams, who you see in your field of view here. Sunny is now preparing for the removal and replacement of a planar reflector used in communications for visiting vehicles to help them measure the rate of closure and distance as they approach the International Space Station. You also just heard communication between the ground teams here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and Nick Hague, who you now see here translating or moving across the truss system of the International Space Station in preparation for his next task, as he and Sunny Williams will be working simultaneously on different tasks. For Nick Hague, he will be working to patch the nicer payload and install patches of that nicer payload, and that is an X-ray time and degradation that has allowed sunlight to interfere with the X-ray measurements during the daylight time as the International Space Station orbits around the Earth. So these patches that Nick Hague will be providing will help reduce that light pollution coming from the sun, and that it can return back to near full strength during daylight hours.
Stay on PMA, you can move around and take photos.
Yes, I've got a green hook down at 5460.
Copy, Nick. Okay. Green hook down on 5460. You're going to stow that crew lock bag number 2 now on S3 handrail 3021. It's going to be the short handrail on the zenith edge of face 1 just above you.
All right, Jess, should I try to get in the APFR? You ready for this?
And Sunny, we actually have a couple steps for you ahead of time, but we're also on that lab starboard view, seeing your feet get pretty close to the CBM pedals. So if you can watch that a little bit.
Sorry.
And so we want you to actually configure the PGT rad and just have it on your swing arm, so we don't have to get you back out of the APFR to do that. And then we have you remove the 6-inch wobble socket from your PGT as well and put it on the socket caddy prior to getting into the APFR.
I have that way at the bottom of my tag because I wasn't anticipating we were going to do that. All of that's at the bottom. I'm going to have to yard sale it all out. You want to do this? Really? Questioning.
Yeah, Sonny, we're talking it down here. Just stand by 1 second.
And if I need to translate over so that I can get in there, hand it to you, I can. I'm trying to minimize in and out of APFR.
Okay, Sonny, we were talking it over down here, and we think we don't actually need to configure the rad for this. If we end up needing it as a contingency, we'll just configure it later. That said, we're still going to have you remove the 6-inch wobble socket from your PGT and stow it on the socket caddy.
And a great view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Nick Hague as he continues to prepare for his second task of today's EVA. And you can see floating off just past that left hand of his, those are the wedge-shaped NICER patches that he'll be inserting into the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that helps study neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena. And he will take those wedges and place them strategically in certain spots on the NICER to help reduce unwanted sunlight from penetrating the X-ray telescope.
No, totally understand. No big deal. And once you get that socket off and in your trash bag, we have a request to have you just turn off your HECA, and we're just going to leave it off for a little bit and then try again later. We still don't have good view.
I just turned off the HECA. Let's see. No light. My light.
All right, Nick, we have your HECA back, and I see you unbundling the NICER caddy. When you're ready, that's going to go square scoop to the inner bayonet fitting on your swing arm.
I'm about halfway through. Not. We did that intentionally.
2-inch wobble socket is off of the PGT. PGT is swung back in. Socket is going into my trash bag.
Okay, copy, Sunny. Socket in the trash bag. I have a warning I'm going to have to read you, so avoid contact with exposed IDA and Dragon hardware. And then just one last check to make sure mini workstation, tools, tethers, BRT will all maintain clearance prior to getting in the APFR. And then while you check that, saying we're just going to hold here for a second while we talk it over prior to giving you the go. And Sunny, you have a go to repower your HECA now.
Mark. Green light.
Copy, green light.
Hour and 35 minutes into today's EVA as we continue to follow along with the progress of NASA astronaut Nick Hague as he prepares for the NICER experiment and the patches of the X-ray telescope that studies neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena. And these patches will help shield and prevent unwanted sunlight from interfering with the X-ray measurements. This telescope has 56 X-ray concentrators, and each one of those concentrators has a set of nested mirrors. Well, over time and wear and tear of this experiment has allowed for unwanted sunlight to enter the telescope, thus not providing accurate data during the daylight passes for the International Space Station. So what Hague will be doing is taking the caddy that you heard mentioned just a moment ago that has those patches. He will insert them in select spots around the NICER experiment to allow for its maximum capability both during the night and daytime passes to continue to measure those phenomena.
Hey, active caddies on my swing arm. Flat hook.
All right, copy, Nick. You can continue translation to NICER on ELC2. And I have a warning, avoid contact with the sharp edges on NICER star tracker hood and Fram clevises.
Yeah.
And Nick, while you're translating, I have a couple other cautions to read too, since we have a moment. Once you get up to NICER, remember you want to avoid any contact with the reflective film, so either hand or tools. Avoid loads into NICER in station forward direction just to prevent it from becoming unhooked. And then allow any motion to dampen out if you do need to react against the face of NICER while you're setting up your work site.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Sunny, we're troubleshooting HECA still down here. It looks like we were getting some good data, but give us a couple more minutes while we troubleshoot and take some photos.
No problem.
And 1 minute to hand over. And Sunny, good news, we got your Hecka camera back on the big screen. So after this LOS, we'll be back with you to give you the go.
Okay, sounds good.
Hey, Sonny, I'm on LC.
I see you.
And we talked about putting in that fair lead. I don't think it's going to be necessary.
Okay.
You're going to have plenty of translation room. You needed it.
An hour and 40 minutes into today's EVA with NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams as they continue to move along with their scheduled tasks for this extravehicular activity, number 91, and the 273rd for International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. They have completed their first task, the priority task for today, and that was the removal and replacement, the R&R, if you will, of the rate gyro assembly number 2. And now the two astronauts are preparing for the second task of the day, in which Sunny Williams, she will make her way over to the zenith port of the Harmony module, and near that she'll be removing and replacing a planar reflector. And those planar reflectors, as you can see here and illustrated by NASA Flight Director Nicole McElroy during the briefing last week, and who is on console today leading the EVA, she'll be replacing that black portion along with the 3 bolts to loosen and replace it as it has become contaminated due to visiting vehicle traffic. So they will remove those 3 bolts around that black portion that has a reflective material in the middle there, that silvery middle portion. So she'll reflect that as it is a part of one of many communications tools used by visiting vehicles to remove or to measure their rate of closure and distance as they are on approach to the International Space Station. And for Nick Hague, he is translating his way over to the NICER patch experiment, or the NICER X-ray telescope experiment that has 56 aluminum X-ray concentrators that capture X-ray light that help measure neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena that has been since worn and contaminated by sunlight and allowing unwanted light to enter the experiment. And he will translate over and install patches for that NICER experiment.
And Sunny, for you, just to repeat, you have a go to ingress the APFR, and you just want to use ingress aid only and just maintain that body clearance to Dragon at all times.
And there you see a great view of the NICER X-ray telescope in front of NASA astronaut Nick Hague, who will install patches, and those circles that have each compartment with wedges on the inside for those patches. There's 56 of those. Select ones identified by the NICER experiment, and the team on the ground here, both in Houston and across the country, have identified areas where unwanted light is entering, and that is what Hague will be identifying and patching up so it can return to its full capacity.
Sunny, it looks like your safety tether pack might be kind of trapped underneath the grapple fixture underneath you there. It's just prevent you from going up anymore.
Thank you. Okay. Recommended I go this way, right? Oh boy.
Well, we see you well clear, Dragon, so you're good to do what you need to.
A great view of astronaut Sunny Williams as she continues to prepare for the removal and replacement of the planar reflector just outside of the zenith port of the Harmony module. That is the space-facing port that is currently occupied by a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft that brought Crew 9 aboard the International Space Station. That occurred back in late September, but the planar reflector is right there, just a few bits of distance away from that spacecraft, in which Sunny Williams will release 3 different bolts and actually replace the actual reflective portion of it all that both the Dragon and other visiting vehicles use on approach and docking to the International Space Station. And you can see the planar reflector jutting out from that docking port. It's just off to the left edge of that screen, that silver brace with the black component right on top of it. That'll be the component that you will be working on. And again, that is to help with a multitude of communications devices for visiting vehicles to use as a reflector to gain insight on the rate of closure and distance as they approach the International Space Station.
Give me a second. Try not to touch anything.
I hear you.
Yeah, Sunny, no rush on anything. Again, we're still looking great on time, so feel free to take a break as needed.
As astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague prepare for their second task of the EVA, you can see that the International Space Station has transitioned into an orbital nighttime, currently traversing across Kazakhstan.
A little bit of a constraint problem.
All of this happening as we approach an hour and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Position for the bottom third.
Copy, Nick. We're ready to copy that position.
And I'm sure if they're not seeing it, I can tell you that there is as much damage in wedge 1 as there is the F5, the 3 o'clock position. Almost all of the grids are exposed.
We copy, Nick. F5, 3 o'clock.
Put that right in the middle of your HECA.
All right, Nick, once you're ready to start installing patches, we're going to add an additional patch to that location you called out.
Okay. Right. My right leg in. On my left.
Get in position for patches, Jeff.
Copy, Nick.
Yes, you have my HECA, right?
Yeah, Sunny, your HECA is good.
Great communication between NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Sunny Williams on their current tasks. For Williams, you see here, she is removing and replacing and beginning the planar reflector replacement, as she is just outside the zenith port of the Harmony module, which just off on the left-hand side of the screen, you see the Dragon spacecraft of Crew 9. And just before that, you saw NASA astronaut Nick Hague doing a visual inspection of the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that has received damage over wear and tear and time, and additional patches, and upon review and visual inspection of the NICER, where additional patches and adjustments and improvements overall could be made.
All right, Sunny, just to confirm for us, just wiggle around the APFR, make sure we're good and locked in place.
I'm locked in place, yep.
Yeah, nice work. That was a hard work site to ingress, so nice job. With that, we'll position your BRT now and that crew lock bag access while maintaining clearance to Dragon, and then we'll start getting the EVA wipe with the RET out of that crew lock bag. And then, Sunny, another request to rigidize your BRT a little bit once you find that good position, just to make sure we're not floating close to Dragon. And Nick, we see your HECA view and installing patches.
One is in. Go number 1.
Copy, 1. Good location.
And again, another great view from the camera on the helmet of NASA astronaut Nick Hague as he begins the patching of certain pie-shaped wedges on the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that helps measure neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena that have been damaged over time and allowing unwanted sunlight to enter and throw off the X-ray measurements. And you see those pie-shaped wedges throughout the experiment from his view, and those are where he will insert those patches from a caddy that he has attached to his spacesuit. A good view of the tool he is using and inserting a patch in strategic locations throughout the X-ray telescope.
I got a RET on the reflector. I've got the palm wheel and ratchet out. I've got the wipe for the failed one. Ready to try to undo the bolts?
And Sunny, before that, we'd like you to just we'd like to get some words for visual inspect of the planar reflector. Just any words on the contamination there. And if you can get it in your HECA, we'd like that, but we can't quite see it.
I don't want to lean over too much. It has it looks like it has white powder all over it, particularly on top of it. And as I'm looking at it, right-hand side, the forward side. The left-hand side, the aft side towards station, is not as dirty, but the whole reflector top has this white film on it, looks like. I don't know if it's dust or it's film. I'm not touching it.
Okay, we copy that, Sunny. Thanks for those words. We just can't quite see it as good in a heck of view. With that, you can retrieve the ratchet wrench from crew lock bag 1.
Try and take a picture.
Yeah, and some pictures would be great as well. I have a warning and a few cautions to read to you when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, I have a warning that any additional torque may cause bolt failure, which could result in sharp edges, the broken shank, and/or FOD liberation. So the 4 parts of the bolt that we talked about: spring, washer, retainer, and bolt. And then a few cautions. You want to maintain tool tether clearance to dragon throughout the task. Limit turn count to the specified turns. Minimize side loading on the bolt head, and then again maintain that axial force on the fastener to compress the spring during rotation. And then lastly, the release failure torque of the planar reflector bolts is 29 inch-pounds, so stop driving as soon as any rise from running torque is felt.
We ready to try one?
Okay, Sunny, we are go for you to start to release the planar reflector bolts. You can do that any order by hand using the palm wheel only, exactly 1 turn on each bolt.
Great communication there between NASA astronaut Sunny Williams and the team here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control Center, Houston, Texas, as she gave the explanation and the reasoning for the removal and replacement of the planar reflector, as it is currently contaminated and reduced in reflectivity that allows for visiting vehicles to communicate with the International Space Station and to measure its rate of closure and distance.
I got a little bit of a turn on it.
You can see that planar reflector, that section in the middle there that has a whitish color. That is what is contaminated and allows for that reflectivity to happen, for the communication to be accurate and properly aligned. So those 3 bolts around the edges are what Williams will be loosening to replace that portion of the planar reflector with a new piece.
It's got a teeny bit of motion. The palm wheel.
Okay, copy, Sunny. You got 10 seconds till this handover, but you can try the 3rd bolt with the palm wheel as well and just see if any of those bolts loosen up.
Which of the palm wheel?
Great on time.
See, there's a space between it and the... Front one also got a space. Taking a chill pill.
Good idea. Rush.
Just over 1 minute and 58 seconds into today's U.S. spacewalk number 91, as you see a great view of the communications team on the ground in the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Handover, and we don't have your heck of views back yet, but can you repeat your last, Sunny?
Yeah, I think I got a turn on the forward one and the aft one. I'm pretty positive. And then the one that's in the center, I got like a half a turn. I feel like it's getting looser.
Copy, Sunny.
I continue to try to undo them?
Yeah, if you're seeing that bolt come looser, then you can continue, even if it's slow, and just trying to make small rotations there until we get to one turn.
Great communication there between the teams as they continue to work. Sunny Williams, NASA astronaut, commander of Expedition 72 on the removal and replacement of the planar reflector. Nicole McElroy and her Vista flight team, the spacewalk flight director for today. And you heard Jessica Whitner, the spacewalk communicator, relaying the information up to Sunny Williams.
And Sunny, we just want to confirm, do you have one turn now on all three bolts, or is there one bolt that's still causing issues?
It's just far away, so I haven't been putting my hand on it too far, but I got it to get looser. The one that's closest to Dragon, and I'm just worried about, leaning in too far. I got it to move. To stay away, can I just use the ratchet?
And Sunny, we're checking.
I'm choked up on it. I'm not super all the way out at the end of the ratchet. I got it to move.
Copy, Sunny. We just want you to stand by 1 second. We have your heck of view back now, and just give us a second to talk over the use of the ratchet.
Yes, well, I've got a little break in the comm. I'm flying my Hecka at location 5 in the 5 o'clock position. There's about 16 grids missing. It goes out radially, starting about from a third of the way, up from the center all the way to the edge. This is something that would have been obscured by my photos from the MRM2. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Copy, Nick. Just to confirm, it's at patch location 5 at the 5 o'clock position?
It is Charlie 5 at the wedge position 5.
Copy. Charlie 5 at the 5 o'clock position. All right, Nick, you have a go to install an extra patch there. It'll be patch number 9 to that Charlie 5 position.
Okay, and work. Resting up those arms, Sonny?
What's that?
Said you resting up your arms?
Yeah. I mean, they all turned, so I'm not super worried about it. It would just be a little bit easier just because of the reach to use the ratchet.
Yeah.
Just slowly.
And Sunny, you have a go now to do what you were talking about earlier. So you can use the ratchet wrench. You just choke up on it like you were as much as possible and put as little force as you need to actually get that bolt to move. And we're still just looking to get to one turn on each bolt.
I think I have one turn for sure on this forward bolt. No, I do. The aft bolt, let me just like a half a turn more. There we go. And the inner bolt, get like a 3/4 there. I just got it to get loose. Okay, I got like turn on each. See space. The aft one, I'm not leaning in there, or the one farthest away from me, I'm not leaning in there, but it definitely turned.
Copy, Sunny. That is good words. With that, we are go to continue to release these bolts. So you can release by hand the bolts until they pop out. We expect them to pop out after 8 turns. So if you want to get all to 8 and then turn each one turn until they pop out, you can do that, or you can do each one individually.
Great communication there between the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas, and NASA astronaut Sunny Williams as she continues to work on the removal of the current planar reflector that is on the port, the zenith port of the Harmony module. And you can see with that somewhat red stripe and white structure just above her helmet cam view, that is the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. That is how close in proximity she is working to the Crew 9 Dragon spacecraft to move this planar reflector with a new one, as you can get a great view of that contamination on the planar reflector. And with the replacement of a new one, hopefully that reflective ability to allow for communications with visiting vehicles will improve as she works around the 3 bolts that are currently attaching that planar reflector to that outward support system.
Additional turns on the aft one. Not able to do this just with my fingers.
Copy, Sunny, that's okay, and we're tracking your turns down here as well.
On the aft one again. Another turn, 4, coming up on 5. 5 turns on the aft. Turns on the forward. See the springs, but they're not popping yet.
Copy, that's expected.
Turns on the inboard. Turns on the forward.
Great views of the planar reflector, issuing equal torque to those 3 bolts to have that current planar reflector be removed and replaced with a new one to allow for greater communications ability for visiting vehicles.
Yes, Sunny, it looks like we're tracking about 7 total turns now on those 2 bolts, and once you get that aft one done, 7 as well. So you got 1 more turn before the potential for it to pop out.
I see it's moving now. Obviously, there's space. They all have 7 turns on them. 1 more turn on the forward.
Copy. And then once all these bolts pop out, I know you know this, but the reflector will be free to float. There's no soft off.
It's tethered, just FYI. Forward. 1 turn more on the forward. I did 8, but it's not topped yet. One more turn on the aft. Turn on the inboard. can't turn them with my hand. For the forward one.
Yeah, it's okay if you can't do it by hand, Sunny. What you're doing is fine, and then just check in every bolt turn at this point to see if they pop up.
One more in the front. Looks like it's popped up. On the aft. The inboard. Popping it. I think I have 9 turns on each so far. Correct.
Great communication and visuals from the ground team here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Farouk Sabor, the spacewalk lead officer, relaying to Flight Director Nicole McElroy that this view, Nick Hague, NASA astronaut out on EVA 91 alongside with Sunny Williams, has completed the patches requested on the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that allows for X-ray measuring of neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena as he continues to evaluate other potential areas of study and reviewing the work site. And you can see those pie-shaped wedges that were installed
While we have you, those patch locations
to allow the NICER to maintain full operation, especially during daylight passes for the International Space Station, and prevent unwanted sunlight from entering the experiment.
The EVA camera grid pattern perpendicular to as many of them as possible.
Okay, will do. I did want to report that, I'll try to put it in the HECA. There is an Delta 2, 3 o'clock position. There's 1, 2, 3, there's 9 grids missing. Outer third of the wedge on only half of it. It's a cluster.
Left in the forward one.
Okay, Nick, team's talking. And copy, Sunny, left forward popped.
It's released.
I like that word better.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's all good.
Ash one's almost there. I can tell it's at 11. One. Oh, it's open. It's released. No, it's all released.
Awesome. I see it released.
12 all around.
Nice job.
Copy, nice work. We're going to stow that in the EVA wipe and then send that back to the crew left bag. Nick, for you, no patch on Delta 2 is the consensus by the team down here.
I'll finish up taking photos.
Copy.
communication in relation to the nicer experiment that you are seeing in Nick Hague's helmet camera, EV1, on the left-hand side of your screen, as he has completed the patching of the damaged areas of the nicer experiment, the X-ray telescope, and a part of those 56 entries for light to enter, or I should say X-rays to enter, X-ray waves to enter and measure phenomena such as black holes and neutron stars. Those patches have been complete. And for Hague, he continues to take photos to evaluate potential future opportunities as well as just the overall state of the work site. On the right-hand side of your screen, you see NASA astronaut commander of Expedition 72, Sunita Williams, working on the planar reflector. You heard communications between her and the ground team here at the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston that those 3 bolts were popping and starting to come out of place, in which that would allow her to remove the current planar reflector that has been contaminated and limiting its reflectivity. You can see that the space where it was is just right above her right hand. Those 3 bolts have been removed, and now we'll be able to replace it with a new piece that will allow for greater communications between visiting vehicles as they approach and dock with the International Space Station.
The plan for the install.
Yeah, Sunny, you're going to retrieve the spare planar reflector, the EVA wipe that's marked with tape, and then we're going to install that. So lock out the ret, tether point facing starboard or facing you, and then we're going to drive 2 turns on each bolt.
There. The red light goes.
And Sunny, I know you're working crew lock bag ops right now still, but when you have a natural break, we will get a glove and hap check from you.
Gloves are nominal. Hap is dry.
Copy, glove and hap.
It's there. Out of the
And Sunny, for the install, you're going to use the palm wheel to start those bolts 2 turns, but don't use the actual handle of the ratchet wrench until we talk it over if you need it.
Let's see if I can just start it by hand. That's a little bit hard.
All right, we copy, Sunny. We're 3 minutes to sunrise and still looking great on time, so take as much time as needed.
Turns on the front one.
Copy, 2 turns on the front one.
Turns on the aft one.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to follow along with today's coverage of US EVA 91, and you are seeing the view from the helmet camera and now an exterior camera on the International Space Station as Commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams, is attaching the replacement of the planar reflector just outside of the zenith port of the Harmony module. And that helmet camera of Williams right now, she's tightening up the bolts, the 3 bolts that will secure the new planar reflector to its attachment just outside the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft, the Crew 9 spacecraft. And there you see a fantastic view of the upcoming orbital sunrise that will soon make its way over top of the International Space Station. We are just over 2 hours and 20 minutes into today's EVA as we are continuing to track the progress of both Sunny Williams and Nick Hague as the International Space Station currently making its way into a orbital sunrise as mentioned. And again, another great view of that horizon just off on the right-hand side as the International Space Station currently passing over the Pacific Ocean.
Turns on the aft. Turns on the forward, 3.5 turns on the forward. With the one that's inboard most, can I try to use the ratchet just because it's far for me, and I feel like I'm putting a side load by putting my hand over there? I have the other 2 down at least 3 turns. 3 on the front, 4 on the aft.
And copy, Sunny. We're good with your recommendation if you need to use the ratchet wrench very lightly like you did before. And if that works, you can.
Yeah, I got that one started now. 2 turns on the one that's on the port side.
Okay, copy. So we're tracking now. That is all 3 bolts started, correct?
Firm. Because I'm on that one, I'm doing 2 more turns, so it's going to be 4 on that inboard one. Coming up.
Okay, copy, Sunny.
4 turns on the inboard one.
Copy. With that, we're expecting 9 to 15 turns until you reach hand snug.
On the forward. I'm doing some more on the forward.
Copy, Sunny.
For those just tuning in, you're watching live coverage on NASA Plus of US EVA 91 and a view of NASA astronaut Sunny Williams as she continues to work on removing and replacing a planar reflector used in communications for visiting vehicles. with a visiting vehicle just within arm's reach, the NASA SpaceX Dragon, the Crew 9 vehicle that arrived on station a couple of months ago, back in September, actually. Approaching 2 hours and 25 minutes into today's spacewalk. Joining Sunny Williams is NASA astronaut Nick Hague. So as Williams is working on the planar reflector remove and replacement, astronaut Nick Hague is completing his patchwork of the NICER experiment. The NICER is an X-ray telescope that studies neutron stars, black holes, and other phenomena. That had thermal shields over the detectors, preventing sunlight from interfering with X-ray measurements, but those have since been damaged and deteriorated over time. So Hague has installed patches to help reduce that unwanted sunlight on the NICER experiment, also known as the Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer. These are tasks 2 and 3 of today's assigned EVA after they successfully completed the removal and replacement of the RGA-2. And that is the rate gyro assembly number 2 that measures the rotational rate and gives rotational rate data of the International Space Station and the rate of change to better calculate the orientation of the orbiting laboratory.
Good gloves, dry out.
9 on the inboard. They still have a gap. They all have 9.
Copy, 9 on all, and at this point, this is where any little turn might reach that ham snug position, so just be careful as soon as you feel that stop.
10 on the forward. Little increase in running torque, 10.5, just a teeny bit.
Copy, little increase in running torque at 10.5.
Great communication there with Sunny Williams, NASA astronaut, as she continues to put the replacement planar reflector in place, talking of the turns and torque used by her tools to affix that replacement of the planar reflector.
Nick,
just off the zenith port of the Harmony module.
When you're ready.
Heading that way.
And NICER team
11 on the
is
inboard line.
happy with the work.
Outstanding.
And Sunny,
Took as many photos as my finger would allow.
nice work, Nick. Sunny, can we have you hold there for a second on the ratchet ups? We want to talk it over on the ground.
This view from the helmet camera of astronaut Sunny Williams.
How close do you think those bolts are to being flush and completely installed?
I haven't done the aft one yet, but the forward one is about 1 millimeter. Inboard one, I can't look over there without getting too close, so I'm not looking, but it looks like the same height as the forward one. The aft one, I still have a couple more turns to do. I think I stopped at 9 there.
Okay, copy. Just stand by there for us and let us talk it over. Thanks.
Beautiful views from the helmet cam of Sunny Williams as the International Space Station traversing some 260 miles over the South Pacific, just recently entering an orbital daytime, and a great view of the Earth from just below the vantage point of Sunny Williams, just off the zenith port of the Harmony module. And you also heard communications with NASA astronaut Nick Hague as he was taking additional photos of his patchwork on the NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that he installed with a T-handle tool. And you can see from Nick Hague's helmet camera just off on the left-hand side, just outside that nicer patchwork, as both continuing to work with teams here on the ground to complete what would be tasks 2 and 3 of today's EVA. And as these astronauts continue to monitor the progress and work with the ground teams in communication, we have now approached 2 hours and 30 minutes into US EVA number 91.
C2, back on the truss.
Copy, Nick. Once you get to your crew lock bag, we're going to have you swap out your nicer caddy. You can put that next to the crew lock bag on the same handrail, and then we're going to work the C2V2 cable relocate.
Good job, Nick. Pushing it.
130. 130.
Exactly.
Okay, Sunny, I have some words.
Where are we over the Earth?
Some words for you with regards to this last turn. We have a request for you to try to use just the palm wheel on the last turn, and then if that is not possible, let us know, and we'll talk options. But we just want you to try to use, for these 3 bolts, the palm wheel only.
Okay, the last one I have to catch up. Let me just do a couple turns on the last one. Catch up with the others. Okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
And then I will do that.
That's okay with us. Copy.
The 2 turns, and there's no running torque on this one. We're doing a little bit more. There we go, right there. 2.5 turns on the aft. Pretty close, actually. The aft one looks good. Forward one. Hard with the palm wheel. Forward one is a little difficult with the palm wheel, Jeff.
Okay, copy, Sunny. Stand by.
Try the inboard one. Inboard one I could turn about a half a turn, then it gets sort of stiff. It's on here solidly. The only problem is it has the ability to move up and down a little bit because its bolts aren't flush all the way down.
Yeah, copy, Sunny. I see that it kind of moves up and down a little bit in your HECA view, so stand by. We're talking it with the MER.
Mr. Caddy's on the same handrail as the crew lock bag.
Copy, Nick. With that, we'll have you identify that C2V2 cable. It's going to be your cuff checklist page 6. Awesome. So for the order of ops here, you're going to release the truss wire tie just inboard of the C2V2 stanchion and then release the cables from that, leaving the wire tie on the truss. Then you'll release the coils from the base of the antenna stanchion, and then you'll route the cable over to handrail 3002.
And work.
And Sunny, after some discussion, we see that you're unable to really turn those bolts that last little turn with the palm wheel itself. And so it's best judgment here. We want you to be very light on the ratchet handle itself to try to get those bolts flush, but there is increased risk, obviously, to breaking the bolt. So very light, and if you think it in your judgment it's too much force building up, then just stop.
And there you heard great communication between the ground teams here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and NASA astronaut Sunny Williams as she continues to tighten down the replacement unit of the planar reflector that allows for greater communications capabilities for visiting vehicles. Prior to that communication, you heard from NASA astronaut Nick Hague, also on EVA with Sunny Williams, and that the completion of the NICER patch is complete, and that he is now moving on to the next step of today's EVA, the next project of today's EVA.
I think that one, the front one's pretty flush. I did like 2 turns, and then I could definitely feel a increase in the running torque. It was pretty light in the beginning, so that looks pretty good.
Happy. Good work.
And good communication again from Sunny as she continues to work on the planar reflector. And then for Nick Hague is translating across the International Space Station once again to prepare for the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer patch panel for future upgrades. But in order to gain access to the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, you saw a moment ago just the translation on the screen of needing to relocate a C2V2 cable. And that common communications for visiting vehicles, or C2V2 communications, is another communications component for visiting vehicles on approach and arriving to the International Space Station.
We go about 1.5.
An expected loss of signal as communications satellites have signals transferring, and there you can see a great look inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room and Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas. And as we start from the bottom of the screen, Flight Director Elias Mirmo, and to support the Flight Director for today's EVA, and Nicole McElroy sitting immediately to his right, and flying information up to the International Space Station and today's spacewalkers in Sunny Williams and Nick Hague.
Once you got it going.
Just behind them in the row, behind the flight director, is Farouk Sabor, who just stood up there for a brief moment. He is the spacewalk lead officer in relaying information to both the flight director and the spacewalk communicator in McElroy and Whitner of all the procedures and updates as the EVA progresses along.
Came about the same amount of running torque at the end that was hard, and I didn't want to do it any further. And as I move the tether point, it doesn't go up and down anymore. So it's pretty much flush and tight.
Copy, Sunny. That sounds like a good config and a good install. And we're still out your HECA-CAM right now. We have a couple more seconds till KU comes back. But looks like a good install, or sounds like a good install, so we can tend the ratchet wrench and wipe back to the crew lock bag.
Okay. I'm going to move the tether point to the tape tether. Doing stuff.
And Sunny, we're actually checking with the back now to make sure they're good with the install as well. But that bag ret is going to be the ret that's on the spare planar reflector now is going to be removed from the tether point and then attached to the tape cover to remove the tape cover.
Roger.
That said, we just got your HECA view back, and we wanted to see what that blue bag was and whether or not it's clearance to Dragon. We just kind of have a funny camera angle here.
What did you just say?
Yeah, Sunny. We were just noting the white bag with like the blue stripe or the blue lip on it, kind of floating. Looks like floating out of the crew lock bag.
It's fair. get this working, and then I'll be back with you. So, quick walk.
Okay, Sunny. Yeah, we're good now. We noted it. We just got your Hecker view back.
As you can see it in my Hecka, now this doesn't move.
Yeah, that's good words, and we see it, and it is a good install. Backroom's happy as well, so we are good to clean up. So we will, when you're ready, release that ret and attach it to the tape cover, and then you can remove the tape cover from the spare reflector.
It is being removed right now. It's off.
Awesome. You can tend all that back to the crew lock bag, and then we'll get your camera out to take some photos.
For those just tuning in on NASA Plus, you're watching live coverage of US EVA 91, currently being performed by NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams, and NASA astronaut Nick Hague. Just moments ago, you heard great words from both the ground teams here in Mission Control Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room, and astronaut Sunny Williams on the successful installation of the replacement of the planar reflector. The original was contaminated, and it has since been unbolted and replaced with a new unit, in which you see from the viewpoint of an external camera aboard the International Space Station of Sunny Williams now taking pictures of the work site and that completed process. Coming up on 2 hours and 43 minutes of today's US EVA. For NASA astronaut Nick Hague, he is currently working on a relocation of a C2V2 cable after completing his most recent work, which was placing patches for portions of the damaged NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope aboard the International Space Station, and now has translated or moved to a position on the truss of the orbiting laboratory to relocate the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles cable, C2V2, to allow for greater access to what will be the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, in which both he and Sunny Williams are scheduled to come back together and work on for today's EVA tasks. So to recap, the first task for today was completed, the replace of the rate gyro assembly number 2. And Sunny Williams is completing right now and wrapping up task number 2, which is the removal and replacement of the planar reflector on an International Space Station docking adapter, the Zenith port of the Harmony module, and for Nick Hague, completing the patches for the damaged NICER experiment.
People I'm rerouting, and they run, not run on top of each other, the two cables across 3002.
Okay, we copy, Nick.
At the base of the C2V2 stanchion on the 2 wire ties that I released, the cable that was on top, once I released the cable underneath, I put 3 twists to restrain the cable that was on top, so it will now be on the bottom.
Okay.
Okay, Nick, we're good with that config. Thanks.
I got pictures for you.
Copy, Sunny. We're good with those photos. We can get a glove and hap check one more time from you, just looking for any contamination or discoloration on your gloves.
Gloves look nominal. I have.
Okay, with that, you have a go to egress the APFR and reposition below it recommended handrail 1616, just forward of the APFR.
Okay, I'm back on 1616.
Copy, Sunny. At this point, we'll take a inventory of your crew lock bag, and you can put it in the HECA if you can.
On the outside of the crew lock bag, I have integrated sets as well as a large, small adjustable. Open everything up so you can see it. You want to just look through the HECA.
Checking, Sunny.
The only things I took out was a wipe that had the spare in it, and that empty spare wipe is here. I have the other wipe that has the old one. The only other thing that I took out was the ratchet. The ratchet and the palm wheel, 2 inches right where my finger is. The thing I brought in, of course, though, is the little piece of tape cover, which is on that, which has the new one, the new reflector on it.
Okay, Sunny, sorry, I was just talking with the team here. So we just want to verify that none of the contingency tools that were underneath those wipes ever came out of the bag.
They never came out of the bag, and I closed the bag as soon as I took the tool out. The bag was not open at all during the event.
Okay, copy. We also want you to free up your trash bag for the upcoming AMS steps. So we'll have you take that that socket that you temp stowed in there and put it back on your PGT.
Okay, Jeff. I've got the slack tied up at the base of the C2V2 stanchion. It is secured by 3 twists. There's 3 twists between the top cable and the bottom cable in both the wire tie locations that I reused. I took some closeout photos.
Okay, copy, Nick. We were just taking a look at your HECA view. We're just taking a look at your HECA view, Nick, and it looks like the C2V2 cables look good to us, so we can move on to some AMS setup. You're going to go back and retrieve crew lock bag from that handrail, and then we'll get you translating to the AMS support worksite.
Okay, work. 6-inch wobble is on my PGT test. Bag is clean.
And we copy, Sunny, that your socket's back on the PGT. We're just verifying that we are good for you to start heading out.
Bag is on my BRT.
All right, copy, Nick. We're going to have you translate to S1 Phase 2 Zenith via that long handrail you were next to earlier. It's handrail 3210. And I have a warning. There's a potential MMOD strike on the Zenith end of that handrail. We'd like you to just stop there on the nadir side of the handrail and take a look and give us an inspection if you can.
Got it. And work.
Sunny, for you, with that, we're good. You can bundle your crew lock bag to the APFR and then work to remove the APFR and stow that whole thing on your BRT. It was a good install of the planar reflector.
And work.
Excellent work, Sunny.
Thank you.
Great communications there between NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague out on US EVA Walk 91 in relay with communications to the ground crew here at the International Space Station Flight Control Room, as Sunny has completed the install of the planar reflector on the Zenith, excuse me, close to the Zenith port of the Harmony module.
Okay,
and
Kathy, we can actually see
now wrapping up her workspace, whereas for NASA astronaut Nick Hague, recently just completed the readjustment of a C2V2 cable that will allow for the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer to have easier access for both he and Sunny Williams here in just a few moments as a part of their planned EVA tasks for the day. Just a little over 2 hours and 53 minutes into today's planned spacewalk that has now included the successful removal and replacement of the planar reflector as mentioned on the International Space Station docking adapter Harmony module, the replacement of the rate gyro assembly number 2, and patches for the damaged NICER X-ray telescope experiment.
You guys and future crew away from that spot. So you can continue translating the AMS support worksite, and then we'll stow the crew lock bag there and just obviously avoid the Zenith side of that handrail.
This BRT crew lock bag bundled out of the lift on my BRT.
Copy, Sunny. We're going to have you stand by there for a second. We're having a discussion about a TA clamp. If you can just stand by there on the front of PME.
It just came undone and I redid it. That's right in front of me. This is the one you're talking about?
And Sunny, there was another TA clamp up and to the right of that right handrail that was kind of in your HECA view earlier. That looked like it was loose or disconnected.
Looking. Over here.
Yeah, Sunny, that looks like the one.
It's close. Anything else? I'm looking to.
And Nick, we want to go ahead and power off your HECA for a little bit just for thermal constraints.
Hey, HECA's coming off. Green light is out.
All right, Sunny, we're going to track that as a get-ahead completed. And so with that, you can start your translation back to the starboard seat of cart.
On my way.
What are you doing? Get ahead? Achiever.
And Sunny, I have a verify step while you're moving. Just verify that your tethers clear the CBM pedals and other PMA hardware as you're transitioning back inboard. And then you also have that green hook location on the lab that you want to pick up.
You're watching live NASA Plus coverage of US EVA 91, currently underway with NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams, and NASA astronaut Nick Hague. This view coming from the helmet camera of Sunny Williams. She just recently completed one of a handful of tasks for today, and she just recently did the removal and replacement of the planar reflector, just alongside an international docking adapter, the zenith or space-facing side of the Harmony module. And in those fields of view, you saw that the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft was right within reach, and that spacecraft belonging to Crew 9, who arrived on station back in September. So now Sunny will be joining NASA astronaut Nick Hague in preparation for preparing the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer for future up antimatter and missing matter from a module attached just to the outside of the International Space Station. And this is the first of several planned upgrades for this spectrometer, and that'll include upgrading the additional radiators for heat rejection and a silicone tracker layer that'll also significantly increase the data acceptance of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, or AMS, as you're hearing over the communications between the two astronauts and the ground teams here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Now 2 hours and 59 minutes into today's EVA.
I have no pride. The green hook goes at the end of the red reel, correct?
Green hook goes, yes, to your red reel.
Making sure. Yeah.
And that's A-firm, Sunny.
Good check.
Okay, green hook is on the red reel.
Copy, green hook.
Jess, I'm ready for those specifics.
Okay, Nick, the first location, we want you to take photos towards the ACC cable underneath the AMS.
A little bit of a tough angle, but I see the bottom of the ACC cable.
Copy. After that, we'll have you take pictures of the current patch panel config, the lacing config, and then views along the future power cable routing location. So it's basically lower AMS handrail aft towards the UMA connector panel, towards the other connector panel.
Mark.
I'm at the Cedar Cart. Edward Cedar Cart.
All right, copy, Sunny. Since we couldn't get the APFR out of that WIFX earlier, we're actually going to have you install the APFR that you have into WIF 4, and it'll be a clocking of 3.
Yep. Again about the clocking?
3.
3?
Yeah, A-firm 3.
And do you want different settings, though?
A-firm, the full settings, 3, Papa Papa Fox 6.
Papa Papa Fox 6.
Adjust photos. Complete.
Copy, Nick. Photos complete, and when you get a chance, you can turn your HECA back on now.
Green light. If I'm thinking about timing, you want me to translate over so that we rally for my ingress, or want me to try to start cutting the lacing cords?
Okay, Nick, actually, we're going to have you stay there in the support position for a little bit. We're going to have you start to cut some of these lacing cords. But before we do that, I just want to give you a big picture on how we're looking. We're still showing you guys 15 minutes ahead on the day for both crew. EV1 MEDOX is greater than 6:30 right now, so we're in a good state. So going in game plan is we're going to get Sunny the APFR cleaned up and the crew lock bag stowed again, and then we'll get her out to the work site. And then, Nick, we'll have you start to cut these lacing cords. And then as Sunny starts moving out towards you, we'll get you up into ingress position.
Okay. Sounds good.
So, Nick, for you, we'll have you, I have a BRT location, a handrail 3211, if you would like it. Otherwise, you're just going to put yourself in a good support position to be able to cut those lacing cords, and you'll retrieve the dyno cutters and have access to your trash bag before we start.
Copy that. And my BRT is down to 3211. There is a cable that is run across it, but there's enough slack so you can get the BRT under it without pinching the cable. It makes for a good position.
Okay, good words. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston, where you are watching live coverage of US EVA 91 featuring NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams, as we have just crossed over the 3-hour and 5-minute mark of their planned tasks for today. You heard communications between the two astronauts and the ground teams here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room with Flight Director Nicole McElroy and Spacewalk Communicator Jessica Whitner, and also communications from Farouk Sabur, the Spacewalk Lead Officer, and giving updates on the timeline and tasks as they are approximately 15 minutes or so ahead of schedule. But right now, both of them preparing after recent activities completing the replacement of the rate gyro assembly. Number 2, the removal and replacement of a planar reflector just outside the Zenith Harmony module, the space-facing module or port, pardon me, of the International Docking Adapter, the patches for the damaged NICER experiment, and then Nick Hague just recently completed the replacement of a C2V2 cable, a common communications for visiting vehicles communication line, to help set up for the visuals of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer setup. And that is what Nick Hague is doing now, and Sunny Williams will be joining him shortly. Now, this will be tasks that will preview and ultimately set up future EVAs for the ultimate upgrade that will consist of additional radiators for the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer to dissipate heat, as well as a silicon tracker layer that will significantly increase the data acceptance and what the spectrometer can receive on the data side. So these will be preparatory tasks of that spectrometer setup, and no current upgrades for both Williams and Hague on this current task.
Okay, copy that. You were a little broken there. I think I got to go to cut 1 through 4. And if I get those, I'll check in with you. But I've got the trash bag ready.
Affirm, that's a good readback. And just report cuts as you make them.
Sweet.
And we do have your HECA camera back as well.
These 2 cut in the trash bag.
Copy. Number 2 cut.
Stand by for just a sec.
He is cut. The trash bag.
Copy, Nick. Number 3 cut. And you can go all the way through 5 and 6 if you can reach them.
Okay. Right.
3 Papa Papa Fox 11.
Copy, Sunny. We were looking for Papa Papa Fox 6 if you can.
6.
4 cuts. Trash bag.
Copy, Nick.
Papa Papa Fox 6.
Copy, Sunny. That all looks good. And just one more confirmation that you could depress that pitch knob.
Depress it, and I had to move it. It came back up again. Out in the Papa spots versus the November spots. I have my crew lock bag, 2 tethers on me, Not on my BRT, but it's on me. On my mini workstation. Large, small, and the integrated are both on my mini workstation.
Okay, copy, Sunny. We're going to have you, you can start your translation when you're ready. We just need you to press the CETA cart brakes again and verify that for us. And then we're actually going to have you just temp stow that crew lock bag on face 6 by the CETA spur so we can get you out to Nick for the AMS task.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, the brakes are board of me, I think, right now. One, 2 times. That look all right?
Copy, brakes.
Before I start it off?
I think we'll be going back that way.
All right, 2 pumps.
You're looking at a live view inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room for continued coverage of US EVA 91, featuring NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague as they continue to work down their checklist of tasks that have already had quite a bit checked off, including the replacement of the rate gyro assembly. Number 2, the removal and replacement of a planar reflector for communications for visiting vehicles, patches to a damaged portions of the NICER X-ray telescope, and now preparing for preparatory tasks for future EVAs on the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer and upgrades in those future EVAs for that AMS. And this is all a part of the 273rd spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. And of that maintenance, looking back at the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, that was launched back on May 16th, 2011, the penultimate or second to last space shuttle launch, in which Shuttle Endeavour would carry that up to the International Space Station on STS-134.
Okay, we copy Nick 5 and 6. That was kind of expected based on that position. So with that, we're just going to hold now until we get you guys ingress into the truss and Sunny out there. So can I get a glove and hap check from you, and then you can also stow those tools again.
Crew lock bag is on 3413. The large, small, adjustable.
And copy, Sunny. If you want to stow your PGT there as well, you can do that too.
No, you don't have your PGT on, do you, Nick?
I do not. You don't need another one, though. We don't have PGT, the rest of the, even for the get ahead seat.
Is it hard to get in there with the PGT on, or is it okay? Ask that question.
It's over here with the PGT on?
Yeah.
It'll impede your reach a little bit, but I think from a support perspective, you'll be able to do everything.
All right, I'll just leave it on me for now. Over there.
Okay, copy, Sunny. You can. We're fine with you keeping your PGT as well if that works for you guys. You can start that translation out to meet Nick, and then Nick, once you get the gloves and hap check and then the tools stowed, we'll have you reposition outboard for that truss ingress prior to Sunny getting there.
Copy. Actually, it will take me 5 seconds. I'll take it off right now. I have a tether on the crew lock bag that I could tether it to. No big deal. Here.
So it'll make you a little smaller. You'll be able to fit into this wedge a little bit better. Yes, I've got good gloves, no change to the baseline, dry hat.
Okay, copy, Nick. And then when you're ready, you can reposition outboard. And that's just translating nadir to the phase 1, phase 2 edge, and then back zenith again along the diagonal to the trunnion pin. And then you're just going to hold there.
Okay.
And again, for both of you, we're looking good on time, so you can take your time as needed and take some photos.
Okay. And Jeff, on handrail 3208, it's a short one, right on the phase 1, phase 2 interface. There's a couple small MMOD strikes for a millimeter or so on the end.
Copy that, Nick, about the MMOD
PGT
strike.
is double tethered to the crew lock bag,
And copy, Sunny, about your PGT. So, Nick, for you, for those MMOD strikes, that 3208 is actually Sunny's green hook location right now. So if we could get a little bit more essay as to those MMOD strikes. Are they on the side of the label or the side opposite?
Side of the label or the side opposite. I'll back with me on Hecka.
A firm. We're back with you on Hecka.
So you should be able to see the one right between the 0 and 2 on the edge, on the label side, and then on the far end, you've got one near the fastener toward the end. Small, but they do have a bird edge. I can see that.
Okay, copy. Yeah, we're struggling to see it a little bit in your Hecka view just because of the size of them, I think. But we copy bird edge on those as well, so we might look for another handrail location for green hook. And Nick, we don't need any more
2002 is right next to it.
How am I getting up there?
There's a diagonal here with a handrail just in front of me, and then you'll be able to move up to the top and then back inboard.
Ready? Am I putting my green hook?
If you go back inboard to the edge of this bay, and you
have the handrail up there?
It's going to be a little bit more inboard of that. That's the one I called out the couple small MMOD strikes, though.
And Nick, Sunny, we do think
3208.
You can do.
Yeah, and you can see those little spots.
We do think you can use 3002, which is that one we use for the C2V2 routing, as your green hook location.
You're hearing live commentary from NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams, who are currently underway for US EVA number 91, just over 3 hours and 20 minutes in, the two of them moving into position for another task on today's checklist, and that is preparatory work of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. And what they're looking at will be plans of potential future upgrades to the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. And again, preparatory tasks, no upgrades on this particular EVA, as they Look to have additional radiators for heat rejection and a silicone tracker layer that'll increase the data acceptance of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. And all this a part of the International Space Station Assembly, Maintenance, and Upgrades, the 273rd spacewalk in support of those tasks.
208, the edge of it. Not the handrail per se, but the little piece. There's a bunch of wire ties on this blind glass here.
International Space Station currently in an orbital nighttime that they have just entered. So you see the helmet cameras from Nick Hague and Sunny Williams. Hague on the left and Williams on the right as they continue to translate or move around the outside of the International Space Station to better access the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer.
All right, then where am I going? Let's see.
There's a long handrail right above your head. That's going to take you up phase 2. A little bit inboard of where you're looking. Kind of raised up with directly, there you go. And on the zenith end of that is where that MMOD strike is. It's about 4 inches from the end.
Yep.
Yeah, it's big.
And Sunny, we're tracking with where you put your green hook location. We're good with that for now.
I see the crew lock back here.
Yeah, and where that large hook is for the crew lock bag, that's where I had a BRT.
You're off the workspace here for them.
Yeah. And so you'll want to throw your feet aft, station aft. Keep your head kind of where it's at, and then that'll put you in a good spot to look at the patch panel.
All right, getting oriented. Hold on.
No problem. Settled, and then I'll start backing in for the ingress.
Yeah, no rush at all from our side. And I just have a caution to read. Do not kick the radiator beam launch lock or the OBSS to prevent damage.
Copy all.
Copy. Getting the lacing cord.
Cut the first 4.
It's up here.
Yeah.
I'm looking too far back. Okay. Okay. You put your BRT where they have this cable also.
Yeah, I just kind of snuck it under it.
Well, BRT's on.
And Sunny, we hear that your BRT is on, so
you're feet first.
You're in position.
So I'm going to start backing in leg first.
Okay.
And then I'm looking to ingress that spot in between us.
And Nick, before you do that, Sunny, could you identify the ACC cable?
I'm looking.
So Sunny, in the middle of the radiator beam there, there's a small little cable that stretches.
Right to get lower?
You gotta get lower.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that's the ACC cable.
Okay, I got it now, Rocky.
Okay. And before Nick, before you
I spy with my own little
go
eye.
inside, Sonny, could you perform a glove and hap check? And we would like you to really inspect the gloves since you were close to that handrail. And 1 minute to a handover.
My gloves actually look all nominal. It's dry.
Okay, copy that. Nick, I have a caution for you, actually for both of you. Do not contact the AMS ACC cable. Maintain clearance at all times. Do not inadvertently load any AMS cables. And avoid loading NZGLs between handrail 3002 and 3003.
Copy.
Okay, if Sonny has a good view, Sonny, you can give a go for Nick to ingress the worksite.
You have a go.
Hey, for ground here.
Great views and communication between NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams during US AVA 91, currently underway and about to hit the 3-hour and 28-minute mark. Temporary loss of signal with the ground teams here in Mission Control Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, which you are seeing live views of that and awaiting that signal to return. For both Hague and Williams, they are preparing for access to the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer and the setup there for preparatory tasks to prepare for future EVAs on this Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. And those EVAs would see upgrades to the system, including additional radiators to help reject heat and an additional silicon tracking layer that'll significantly increase the data acceptance. Team has been working diligently, in fact, even a little ahead of schedule. They began with the priority task of removing and replacing the rate gyro assembly number 2, and that rate gyro assembly helping those on the ground as well as those aboard the station calculate the rotational rate and the rate of change in the orientation of the International Space Station and help better calculate overall orientation. And then the two astronauts would move on to tasks 2 and 3. For Sunny Williams, she would complete the removal and replacement of a planar reflector used for communications and visiting vehicles just outside the international docking adapter on the Zenith port of the Harmony module. That's the space-facing port currently occupied by the Crew 9 SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. As for Nick Hague, he would move on and complete tasks that would see patches for the damaged NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope aboard the International Space Station, and patching areas that were allowing unwanted sunlight to enter and prevent accurate readings. Since then, the two have since rejoined together just outside the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer with a couple of cable relocations of the common communications for visiting vehicles set up, and are now looking to survey the work site and look for that preparatory tasking around the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer and what it can look like for future EVAs for those upgrades.
Okay, watch my head because this is going to raise me up.
Yeah, All right, don't go any higher. You're about 4 inches. Go any higher. Go lower now.
And tighten it up.
Yeah, like 2 inches. Not like that. You're like looking way down.
Yeah, I'm gonna work towards you. I don't know if you guys can see it in your head there. There's another MMOD strike. It's right on AMS. I don't think it interferes with the work volume.
Copy, yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to angle towards you. Like this. Okay, so what's my helmet clearance
Well,
now?
you're about 2 inches.
Okay.
That's better, a little bit, 4 inches.
Okay.
And then, Nick, once you're there, we've also been using a mini workstation end effector to that left handrail, kind of right where your hand is, to kind of hold myself there against the BRT.
Yeah. In place.
When you come this way, you're away from that cable.
Yeah.
You're more away.
Trying to get away from it.
And for both your essays, the AMS radiator that's kind of closest to Nick's helmet right now is okay to have some incidental contact. We just don't want to really bang into it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Those dyno cutters
Dyno cutters?
are what we're after next.
Yep, A-firm, we're looking for the dyno cutters and a trash bag, and then you guys can work together on that to cut the rest of these lacing cords. And Sunny, while you're getting that out, I do have a warning for both of you. There's a sharp edge hazard, so exercise caution and refrain from touching the exposed metal and edge of the AMS patch panel itself. So it's once it's exposed, the metal edge is sharp, and then avoid zip tie sharp edges once we get to that point.
Metal one is the dyno cutter, right?
Yeah, the big scissor looking one. Yeah.
Oh. Sorry.
All good.
Do we need a trash bag for this?
Yeah, these will pull out threads. I got. One's blind. I can't. Put your eyes on that better to be able to cut it. Back away. Give you some helmet space. This one right there.
And Nick, Sunny, we know some of these are kind of blind reaches since and they are the same when we did them in the pool. So you might just have to feel around for it with the dyno cutters.
Okay. Let's create some space with it with these others first.
Can I do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was exactly what we were going to recommend as well. Might be helpful to cut the rest and then get those last.
Let me get my trash bag out for them.
You are looking live at the helmet cam of NASA astronaut Nick Hague, working in close proximity with his partner for US EVA 91 today, Sunny Williams, as they look to release some ties that are holding down cloth covering a patch panel of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. This is one of several tasks for the two. Many have been completed already as they release some of these ties, the two working together to look at potential future upgrades and availability and upgrade plans to help inform future EVAs for the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. Now 3 hours and 36 minutes into today's EVA, and all plans and all tasks have been moving along nominally and as scheduled, as Nick Hague and Sunny Williams continue to operate on this International Space Station upgrade and task, and preparing for future upgrades of the AMS, or Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer.
Nice. Done.
There's two pieces there.
Nine.
That's 9. On my helmet.
Set.
I say keep eyes on my helmet so I don't drift up too high.
Great views from the helmet cams of NASA astronaut Nick Hague on the left, EV1, and NASA astronaut Sunny Williams, EV2. As together they continue to work to loosen the ties around the beta cloth covering a panel on the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. And once inside, they will take a look at the spectrometer and survey for potential future EVA plannings for upgrades that'll see additional radiators installed for dispersion of heat, as well as increasing its ability to receive data from its experiments. Now 3 hours and 41 minutes into today's EVA, and everything so far has gone expected, even so much so as having the team of Hague and Williams get a little bit ahead of schedule, and that includes replacing the rate gyro assembly number 2, the removal and replacing of a planar reflector to help with visiting vehicle communications when they approach and dock with the International Space Station, patching the damaged NICER experiment, an X-ray telescope on the International Space Station that was seeing unwanted light enter the experiment, and those patches have been completed, and now both Williams and Hague working together on the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer.
Okay, Jeff, there's some surprise connections here.
Copy. Nick, what are you seeing?
So you want to do these ones over here?
Where I took out 9, like it is peers below it as well. That's an additional one, I guess, below position 8. And then 7 I took out, but there's another one at the corner between 7 and 8.
You see it with my Hecka?
And Nick, just to confirm, obviously that little square patch of beta cloth, we're not trying to take off, just the joint between the two. Yep, exactly what you're pointing out. So those other ties that you're seeing are preventing the beta cloth we're trying to take off from being moved.
Affirmative.
Copy.
Affirmative.
Okay, well, if they are preventing it, you have a go to cut those as well.
Okay. Ended up cutting the beta cloth on that one, so there's no, the lace is still there, but it's not holding anything, and the lace is still together.
Copy, understood, and we are fine with that config.
These two over here you need to get.
Yeah, I'm trying to get this piece that's right here. Piece. Doesn't really go anywhere. If you can get that. So that's released. And unfold all that beta cloth. I need to get this one.
Nice.
It's blind. Pull that up just a little. It's not going to come all the way off because of this last one.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to underneath it.
So between.
That's it.
Yeah. And the cloth.
Okay. Higher. That's it. grab that.
Yeah. Try it from here?
Yeah, give it a shot. I'm shooting in the blind here.
What's that?
I said I'm just in the blind completely.
Yeah.
Lift that up. Does that help you? Down out of the way a little.
Please dim off. A little teeny piece there now. Come on.
Go.
Nice work. We were all cheering you guys on down here.
Teamwork.
Okay.
I don't know if that knot will come out.
I think there's one more on the back side. Kind of ties the whole thing together. The hand on my helmet. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey. Three. We need the other cutters mixed.
Other zip tie cutters. Got these up.
Awesome. We're tracking now that the beta cloth is free. So, yep, next step is going to be the zip tie cutters. And then, Nick, if you need to secure the beta cloth back, you can use a shorter long wire tie. If you don't, and it'll stay back, you can just leave it without.
Okay, I'm going to try to go without. And as we get into some areas, we may need to install it.
Copy. Sounds good.
Okay.
Now, how do we want to grab this?
Yeah. And where am I at?
We want to do those three right there, right?
Yeah, there is one below, but that's got some orange wire in it. It's not the white wire, patch panel wire. I don't think I want to get that. So, Jeff, I'm going to try to put it in the Hecka.
I think it's only this one, and that one. These three.
That one, that one, that one.
Yeah. This one puts two bundles together, and this separates the bundles.
Yep. Can you guys see the wire tie configuration?
Yeah, A-Firm, Nick, and Sunny, what you guys just pointed to, those three blue zip ties are the ones that you want to cut.
Good.
All right, when you cut with that, is it going to stick to that thing?
It does. It captures it.
NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams continue to work diligently on a patch panel connected to the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer as a part of today's U.S. EVA 91 tasks as they look to free up ties. They just moved out of the way a beta cloth to allow access to this patch panel just a few moments ago. Now 3 hours and 52 minutes into today's EVA, and all tasks for both Hague and Williams have gone right on schedule. In fact, so much so they are a little bit ahead of schedule, but continuing to work on this patch panel and look at the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer and do preparatory tasks in preparation for future work. And that includes pulling back the beta cloth as mentioned, and then we'll be testing access to various connectors within the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, and that'll inform future upgrades that allow for more data and higher accuracy measurements, as well as greater dispersion of heat as exposed to sunlight. The International Space Station is currently wrapping up a time period of orbital nighttime. They'll be entering daytime here in the next few moments as both Nick Hague and Sunny Williams continue to diligently work together and showcase teamwork on this task for the AMS.
Wire ties down. Bag. Okay. About.
All right, we see the zip ties cut and Sunny back in the crew lock bag. You're going to stow that zip tie cutter and then pull out the connector tool simulator and the EVA GoPro.
It worked.
Just for your awareness, in terms of being able to see the patch panel, I can read the numbers on column 1, 2 rows on column 2, and get most of the 4th and 5th columns.
Okay, copy that, Nick. And then if you have any words on how you got into the body position that you are in just for future crews, and you could just reassess your body position there to be able to reach all of these connectors. The furthest column from you only has one connector that we need to go after.
Understand. As I am right now, I'm pretty much aligned. It feels like I'm aligned Mater Zenith, and I do just have the BRT up and over the I-beam onto that handrail. The angle is weird, so my BRT actually is at a 45-degree onto that handrail. That makes it reach without pulling me too close and too high.
Put the GoPro on to sort of take a look at it.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm getting it, but
yeah. One pass it to me, and I can get some video over here too.
I think it's on.
Yeah, I saw it flashing. Okay. Cool. The connections, all the connections look good. We did to the beta cloth. Here's the camera. Next together. It's coming back toward you. The red is locked out. Up my stuff list.
To get you overall so they could see.
Body position. And make sure you can get my clearance in like this position, my clearance above me.
Cable is way in there, so you're
I'm a long ways away from it.
Yep.
And I can see daylight between my helmet and radiator beam just in my shadow.
Yep. Keep taking GoPro while you're doing this?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so I'm going to go in with the connector tool.
And hey, Nick, before we do that, we were just talking on the ground. We're looking at where the beta cloth is, kind of on the edge of the patch panel there, on that furthest column from you. And we just want to make sure, is that beta cloth going to interfere with being able to put the connector tool on one of the connectors in that column, like perpendicular to the panel? If it is, we can pull one of the other lacing cords to try to move that further away.
If I'm looking at the cheat sheet here, all the things that are, the one I'm going after, the Echo 1 Bravo 1, you should be able to get to. The beta cloth will move out of the way. There's compliance. A lot of compliance in the beta cloth. If you were trying to do that far, one, I guess it'd be row 1, column 6. That might be more difficult, and we'd have to cut more. We can cut more if you want. We're here.
Okay, Nick, just stand by. We're going to talk it over. We might want you to cut a little bit more.
Okay. Check it out.
Will that little piece come off? Yes.
That first tie. Oh, this one right here? No, what happened was the beta cloth cut.
Oh.
And they released the one that was below it, and this one is.
I'm going to turn this off for a second.
Okay.
And Nick, Sunny, we do have a request. We'd like you to make it to where we can access all of the connectors on a future EVA, so that.
We'll give it a go.
Thanks.
Not a problem.
Coming off.
Fantastic communication there between NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams as we continue live with our coverage of US EVA 91 as the two astronauts continue to work together on the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. And we mentioned before that this is all preparatory work, what can be done, and getting visuals on the job site of how future upgrades and future EVAs could handle. And that was the communications you heard with Nick Hague describing his body positioning and taking notes, as well as Sunny Williams describing his position, again, for future astronaut and future EVA missions, and also the position of the beta cloth and the patch panel they recently just gained access to, and gaining visuals on that part of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer as well. Approaching in about 30 seconds the 4-hour mark of today's EVA, as all tasks so far have been progressing along swimmingly for both Nick Hague and Sunny Williams, including the removal and replacement of a rate gyro assembly that allows rotational rate data of the International Space Station to be collected and to better calculate the overall orientation, the removal and replacement of a planar reflector on the International Docking Adapter, the Zenith port of the Harmony module. That's the port that faces space and is currently occupied by a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft for Crew 9, and that is a part of the communications for visiting vehicles. And then the patches for the damaged NICER experiment. And that NICER patch executed by Nick Hague worked well, and that is a part of the X-ray telescope that measures various X-ray phenomena, neutron stars, black holes, and the like. And that was receiving unwanted sunlight and unwanted X-rays from said sunlight, and that patching has since been complete. So now, after moving a C2V2 cable to gain greater access to the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, that is what Sunny Williams and Nick Hague are doing now, continuing to survey the work site for potential future upgrades and informing the team here on the ground at the International Space Station Flight Control Room of what those upgrades could look like.
I think
down there that needs to move?
there's not much else I can cut without this whole thing coming apart.
Yeah. Oh, that's good, like that. That's perfect.
Only one that might be problematic is that corner.
It's red.
It is. Jess, are you seeing all this on HECA?
Yeah, we're seeing it too, Nick, and the team's saying they'd like to cut that corner if possible. That said, do you think that's going to liberate that piece of beta cloth too much?
If we get this one here, I could cut this, but then that gets rid of the kind of the dome aspect of it, so make it hard to put back over.
Cut that one right there. What happens there? Still there?
Then I think it folds back even further. If I can get to this one right there.
Yeah. That's the one that's right next to you, on that hand, yeah.
Yeah.
And for both of you guys, you can cut that exactly what you're talking about. And then as far as it going back over the patch panel, that's just a nice to have. So if we don't get it, it's no big deal.
You see it from your angle if I put it on there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh.
No, that was low, right there, yep. To that square one, but right between those two.
Tell me when I'm on it.
No,
It's out.
but it's down there.
Take the tool. I'll see if I can reach the pod.
Get right there. He does.
And Nick, for your assay, we took your HECA down for about 5 minutes just for thermal constraints.
Okay. And now you have access to everything. Easy.
Okay, awesome. Well, we would like to get your HECA back before we actually start the fit checks, but I have a couple words for you. And I know you got to do a tool swap back to the bag before we do that. And for both of you, when you can, I'll take a glove and hap check.
Changes to the gloves. I have.
Changes to my glove either in a dry hat.
Cappy gloves and hat.
Go back in. That tool.
Oh, look at the moon out there.
That.
A nice view of the moon right there.
Look.
Yeah, on the other side of the Kulak bag for you.
Yeah, there you are. There you are. The moon. Pictures. Camera.
Velcro down your cover. Your cover. Oh, no, you wetched it well. Nice.
Velcro is old.
I know. I was fighting it earlier.
And Sunny, while you have the camera out, we would love some pictures of Nick's body position in the truss.
And see what we get.
A little hole here. Not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Wonderful to hear the ongoing communications between NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Sunny Williams as they continue their work on the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer and evaluating the work site for future upgrades on future EVAs that'll allow for additional radiators for heat rejection, as well as trackers to significantly increase the data acceptance of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. But we take a look inside now of the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas at Mission Control Center, and there you see from the bottom of your screen working your way up, that is Flight Director Elias Mirmo in support of the EVA Flight Director today. And that is Nicole McElroy and her Vista flight team. Jessica Whitner, a NASA astronaut. She is the spacewalk communicator for today's flight, and you are hearing her voice in relay of all the communications to Nick Hague and Sunny Williams. And JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide is the Capcom for today, relaying communications to the team that is still inside of the International Space Station. We are 4 hours and 8 minutes into today's EVA. That has so far gone right to schedule. In fact, so much so they are a little ahead of schedule. That includes multiple tasks that have been completed both together for Hague and Williams, as well as individual tasks as well.
I'm just right there.
You're right there, right there.
Yeah.
Right there. There's a bigger hole to his...
He opens up if I go a little bit more. Yeah.
You could slide into that place where you can just feel those connectors.
Yeah.
Okay, copy those words. We are tracking now, and Sunny, just for your sake, we just lost your HECA as well.
Lost it?
To correct, we turned it off for thermal constraints from the ground, and it'll be back up shortly. Nothing for you to do.
Okay. Okay.
So while we're waiting for the HECAs to come back online, I'll read you a caution and where we're going with the fit checks. So for the caution, we want to avoid torque and twisting motions on the harness boot and sideways force on the connectors.
Okay.
And then as far as the fit checks go, I know you guys will have cuff checklist page 8 available to you. I will read out column and row that we're going after, as well as the connector number, since you might be able to see it as well. And then once we attempt the call it install, I'll just ask you a series of questions. One, could you actually reach the full install position with the stinger in contact with the panel surface? Then we'll report the band number with the highest cable in contact with the tool. And then without actually rotating, I just want you to assess whether or not you would be able to rotate the tool counterclockwise about 30 degrees.
Okay.
All right, Nick, we have your HECA back. So when you're ready, we can start the fit check.
Ready.
All right, first and foremost, we're going after column 1, row 2, and it's connector number 7.
1, row 2, connector 7. I can see the label.
Copy.
So, this is down.
Trying to get my head in here to see a little bit.
Can turn.
Have plenty of room to turn.
I can rotate it this way. Let me see a little bit better.
Copy, Nick. So that kind of answers two of the questions. We were able to achieve full install, and to confirm, you could rotate it counterclockwise 30 degrees.
Confirm. Just put the handle toward the outboard of the patch panel and you avoid all the clearance issues.
Copy. And then maybe from Sunny's position, if she has a better vantage point, if you could report the band number of the highest cable in contact with the tool.
This one, right?
This one right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 9.
Yeah, I call it a 9. It's at the highest red band, but it's below the handle.
You can avoid it, though.
Yep. You know, I think you could probably rotate this 360 degrees and avoid all of the cables that run to this side of the patch panel. The other side of the patch panel, stick it up maybe an inches higher. All those cables.
Okay, copy, Nick. We're good with that. We have about a minute and a half until a quick handover. I think we can knock out the next one. It's going to be column 2, row 1, and connector number 11, if you can see the number.
For number 11, trying to see the label. I see the label. I'm down on it.
Use that outward spot you could rotate, right?
Yeah, I can rotate this 170 degrees counterclockwise.
Can't see what band it is close to. Up here.
It's the same one, I think.
Yeah.
As you rotate around. Probably a height of 9.
Okay, copy. Height of 9.
That one.
That answers that connector's questions. Any other foreseen challenges mating that one?
It's a little bit of a reach compared to the other one just because it's further away. But it's not difficult.
Okay, copy. We got 15 minutes to hand over, so I'll be with you again shortly. But we're good with that connector.
Okay.
I mean 15 seconds, my bad.
What is it?
I just thought you
An expected transfer of communications currently ongoing, as you see live views and some smiles here inside of Mission Control Center and the International Space Station Flight Control Room is Jessica Whitner, the one in the middle of your screen there, relaying information up to Sunny Williams and Nick Hague, the two NASA astronauts participating in today's spacewalk. Just over 4 hours and 15 minutes into US EVA number 91, as the two, both Hague and Williams, continuing to showcase teamwork in working on the job site of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer and reviewing the patch panels for future upgrades and future EVAs.
it's installed on the column 6, row 5 or 4. On B, I can't read the label fully. From the bottom.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that's correct. It's Echo 1, Bravo 1, but row or column 6, row 4 is correct.
Okay. And so it's all the way down. That's no problem. You've got about the cables that go. The cables on this side actually go higher than the handle. they're all biased to one side of this, so you can rotate this 180 degrees counterclockwise. Start with the handle toward me, and I think that it gets you all your info.
Last question, is the reach okay?
The reach is okay on this one.
Okay, copy. We'll have a go to continue. We'll go to the next connector. We'll be back in column 1, row 3, and it's number 4, if you can see the label.
All right, reposition a little bit.
Right. Sort of the same situation.
Yep.
Because you're on that edge.
I am flush with the panel, so tools fully installed. The highest cable goes to kind of the last red line. I have probably all the cables on this side of the patch panel are below the handle, so I could rotate 270 degrees counterclockwise. No problem.
Okay, copy. That's all we needed for that one. So we'll move on to column 3, row 2, and it's going to be number 9.
9.
So it's in the middle.
This one will be a little more sporty. Go like this.
Get in between those cables.
Okay, so now I'm down on it. It's a little bit of a blind access. I can see the stinger touching the base, but I wouldn't be able to fully see the connector.
I can see it from this
Did
side.
you see it from there?
Yeah, I can see you're on it. Around, I can see the 2 ends where the little gap is.
Yeah.
From this view, so this one you'd want somebody to look at it.
Okay.
And also, your initial position was not orthogonal. It was a little tilted, but now you've got it that more orthogonal, which is good.
Yep. And then there's the cables on the zenith side of the patch panel are all above the handle. So but everything on the nadir side is below the handle. Those highest ones go to the last red stripe. You could rotate counterclockwise 180 degrees.
Okay, copy all, Nick. The next connector after this one is going to be 1 row down in the same column. So column 3, row 3, connector number 6. Might be a little bit more tricky than that one.
Yeah, and I can see when you get all the way down on it. That's cool.
Okay.
The gap is.
So that feels perpendicular.
Yep, that looks orthogonal. Yep.
Okay. A little more blind on my side for this location, but I think all the same data that goes up to the last red stripe, I could do 180 degrees counterclockwise, and it's fully installed.
Okay, copy all. 3 more to go. The next connector will be on the other panel itself, column 4, row 2.
Row 2. 0 TB.
That's correct.
It's a little more tricky.
Yeah.
Put the handle in just the right location.
It's good it's still outside. Hard for you to see, I bet.
It's really hard to see.
And I could move around and I could get like half of it.
Yeah,
I can't see the whole thing.
I can see the stinger touching the bottom.
Yeah,
I can see half of the connector head.
same here.
I can tell that I'm on it.
Yeah.
It's 180 degrees of rotation counterclockwise. There's at least 4 or 5 cables on the zenith side of the patch panel that are higher than the handle of the tool by about an inch or a half inch, I think.
They're almost an inch.
Yeah. You need an inch more clearance to be able to go all the way around.
Yeah, if you want a
Yep.
taller tool.
Yep. I think the real one is a little bit longer. Hey, got everything you need there, Jeff?
Okay, we copy all. We're tracking down here. So next connector is going to be column 4, row 4.
Isn't it?
That one, yep. I can see both sides of it. That you. There, it's hard to get it.
Can't go straight in because of the cables. Could go in sideways a little and then down.
Yeah.
But you can see I'm having to nudge some of these cables out of the way just to get this perpendicular to the connector.
Okay,
I can
copy,
see both
Nick.
sides from here, but it looks.
I don't know how much you want to move those cables. Probably it looks like maybe 15 degrees off of vertical without moving any of the cables. So I'd have to bend them about that much. You could still rotate at 180 degrees because you can rotate away from those cables.
Okay, copy, understood. It seems like we can rotate just fine as long as we set the handle in the right position, but otherwise it's a little bit tricky to get perpendicular here. All right, with that one, the last connector we want to check today is column 4, row 5. And if you can see the label, it's Echo 1 Alpha 0.
One right below that last one.
Yeah, this one's easier.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Well, I think. Full bundle is pushing me off to the side. So again, to put stress on all those cables, I'm probably 20 degrees off vertical. Be able to get it straight, I'd have to bend all those cables. Could rotate 180 degrees. The handle's in the right location, but those cables are an inch above the handle, and they're interfering with me being able to put this down vertically.
Okay, copy all, Nick. And you can pull that tool off that connector, and we're just going to have you stand by while the team discusses it here.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are tuned in live on NASA Plus to the ongoing progression of U.S. EVA number 91, featuring NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague as they continue to progress through their checklists. We are now 4 hours and 26 minutes into today's EVA that has seen them replace the rate gyro assembly number 2, remove and replace a planar reflector for communications for visiting vehicles outside the zenith port of the Harmony module, the space-facing port. Also installing patches for the damaged NICER experiment, the X-ray telescope that was allowing unwanted sunlight into its sensitive instrumentations inside. So those patches have since been complete, and now both Williams and Hague working together to take a look at the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer and the work site, taking diligent notes of body positionings, tool configurations, and more surrounding a patch panel for future upgrades on future EVAs. They continue to work as diligent and have been working as a team all throughout the day, or in teamwork all throughout the day. For Nick Hague, his 4th spacewalk. For Sunny Williams, this is her 8th spacewalk in support of International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
I'll get from this angle. I have a third arm.
What do you want to do?
Hold down that beta cloth. You the
Big one?
yeah. That's good. Real stable when I hold it like that. So, like that. My perspective. That's what you can.
Just try to get some overall.
Yeah, I was trying to pull the Trulock bag out of the way.
Back in the way a little bit.
Yeah. Good. Here's my helmet relative to the radiator.
So you're probably about 6 inches back, and you're like half of your helmet is above. You know what I mean? You're not totally underneath it.
Okay, got it. So I'm
if you
a
go
little
lower,
bit back, and I've got 6 inches to go up.
Yeah.
Before I have to hit it. Okay.
And it's just the edge.
That's the part they don't want to touch. The stuff underneath.
Yeah.
Is incidental. Okay.
To turn this off. Oh, it doesn't matter.
See the button push.
Did you grow to love that RT?
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it works. Kind of keeps me stable.
Yeah.
I'm wedged in here, so I'm not sure how critical the stability is. This is more effective. Defector to the handrail right in front of you.
Yeah.
They're drawing you in because you end up reacting away from it, and so that counteracts it.
That's good. little wire tie to put around the whole thing? It's a big one.
Yeah.
Breathe. Just one of ours?
Yeah, it's just one of ours. We'll go around the cable bundle here.
Yep.
Try to hold it down. Camera?
Yeah. You get some pictures?
Yeah.
Yes. Your head piece in there.
Yeah. A little in the motion. Just the page.
Oh, yeah. Close to you.
Okay, Nick, Sunny, I got some big picture words for you, and then we're going to start cleaning up on AMS.
Ready for the words.
All right, so we're showing ourselves right now an hour ahead on timeline, which is awesome. We are looking now at after we clean up the APFR here, we may have a couple photo opportunities, specifically one for the MMOD strike, Nick, that you saw on AMS during your ingress. We would like to get some photo documentation of that. And then we may have a couple other locations, teams working that now. Once we get you cleaned up at AMS and start heading inboard, we're looking at trying to get you guys both out to that troublesome APFR that we had earlier, and maybe with both crew out there can get that collar unstuck. But waiting on steps for that. How copy?
Y'all.
That's interesting.
I don't like that. We're still functional. But that is not captive, right?
I don't. So I think just the cover is captive. You want me to put that in my trash bag?
Essentially, I'm not. Oh, there's a tether through it.
Okay.
Just want to confirm the eyepiece that we put onto the camera. Probably see it in my HECA. It came off. Is this captive?
Affirm, Nick. It is captive to the MLI.
Okay. I'm not gonna worry about them. Captive to the MLI.
It must have a little tether point on it that connects to the
Yeah, I see the little tether point, and then the MLI's got
captive to the other one.
Yeah, okay. That still works. Won't be able to tell what I'm shooting, but it still works.
So should we start putting tools away inside the crew lock bag? Is that what I'm hearing?
Is you ready for us to clean up crew lock bag?
Okay, sorry, Nick. We were talking about your camera there. You can actually try to reinstall it. It sounds like it's like a friction fit. If you can actually just like get it back on that location, but best effort there with that. Oh, sorry, correction. It is a threaded fitting. So best effort there if you can get it. If not, we'll probably just leave it. And then, Sunny, for you, we can start putting the tools back in the crew lock bag.
It worked.
And those threads are small, so I'm just going to let it hang off its tether. You can still aim and point the camera.
Okay, Nick, and I'm being told if we can't get that piece back on, we just want you to actually stow it in the crew lock bag. And correction, that's going to be the entire camera.
Our camera. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And Sunny, while you're working the crew lock bag ops, when it makes sense, we'll take an inventory of that crew lock bag as well.
Okay, I see 3 thermal blankets. I see the small locking electrical connector tool. See the AMS simulator tool. What are these things called? The dino cutters. Another thing.
The big Lancer.
The Lancer? Yes, that's it. Lancer. The GoPro. Side. Put that on the side.
Great communications between the teams on the ground here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room up to NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague as they continue to progress along their EVA today, US EVA number 91, in which they are approaching 4 hours and 39 minutes into this EVA. You heard spacewalk communicator Jessica Whitner, NASA astronaut. Additional tasks that are available for the astronauts to perform, one being additional photography and work around the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, which is the task they are currently working on at the moment, in which they were looking at patch panels and beta claws, removing ties, and essentially looking over the job site and taking inventory of what can be done for future upgrades of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. But the team also relayed information about taking additional photography of MMOD, or a micrometeoroid debris strike, that has no effect on the performance of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer or any areas of the International Space Station, but they had noted that in the journey of the astronauts today, crossing paths over the International Space Station, it would like additional photography, and then also for them to both address the APFR, or the articulating portable foot restraint, that was addressed earlier today by NASA astronaut Sunny Williams, as they had a couple of pieces on that APFR, again, the articulating portable foot restraint, that were stuck and unusable at the time before moving on to future tasks. So again, approaching 4 hours and just over 40 minutes now of today's EVA with NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague, as they wrap up and start to add on or wrap up their tasks at the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer and move on to potentially additional tasks assigned by the teams here inside Mission Control.
Okay, so that's going to go inside the bag. Pretty stable, so.
And while you guys both are working bag ops, we still would like photos of that MMOD strike, Nick, that you saw earlier on AMS. And I know we're about to put your camera in that bag. So either choices are to pull the GoPro out and then carry that with you, or transfer Sunny's camera to yourself.
Yes. The location of that MMOD strike is directly across from the handrail 3013. And I have taken photos of it for you already.
Okay, great. Problem solved. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to release this one now. It's a packing issue now. go to the other side. Let's put that red real quick. Yeah. Okay, look towards me.
Drives in there.
No joke. An extra handle now too.
All right.
Buttoned up.
Let me grab that one up.
Let me unhook. You want me to unhook this one right here? Be on that large small?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
And Nick, before we leave your work site, we want you to attempt to close that beta cloth and see if you can secure it with a short wire tie.
Yep.
Take one off my BRT.
And I'm taking this crew lock back, is that right?
Yep, you've got the crew lock back.
On my taxi, clear.
Jess, you want me to use a short or a long?
Whichever one works, Nick. We have listed here a short, but if that doesn't work, you can use one of the longs.
The idea is just go around the cable bundle itself. Correct?
Yeah, A-firm. We're showing a short wire tie around the cable bundle.
Thinking if I put a long here, then I could, after I do the twists around the cable bundle, then I could use those long arms of the wire ties to kind of go around it and hold it in place. It might be beneficial when you come back to work on these connectors. You could use that long wire tie to hold back the beta cloth.
On a hand to string it around, let me know.
Okay, we copy Nick about the long wire tie being able to maybe hold back the beta cloth, and you have a go to do that if you would like.
Work.
Twist around there. I'll twist it up. Go. Fish this
back through. If I hold this down like this.
So do you want to push it through underneath?
Yeah, if we go underneath,
But I don't
try to pinch down.
about that. Just going to do the same thing it just did, though.
Pull out. You hold on to this corner. Yeah, I can grab that end. If you grab the corner and pull it through the little...
That hole?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll pull it tight.
Not that much holding that there, though. Can we do something over here?
And Nick and Sunny, that looks good to us. It's really best effort with the beta cloth.
Holding it there. Show you guys what it looks like in the Hague.
Yeah, we see it in the Hague. That is all good. We're about 1 minute to handover, and if we can get glove and hap checks from both of you.
Strike, gloves, or no change.
Copy, gloves and hap for both of you. We're going to hold here for 30 seconds until after this handover for your egress.
I mean, you're just going to watch me the same way.
Yep, exactly.
Talk me out.
Yep.
You are following along live with our coverage on NASA Plus of US EVA number 91, featuring NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams. And there you are seeing the teams here on the ground at Mission Control Center, Houston, and the International Space Station Flight Control Room, featuring Flight Director and EVA Spacewalk Flight Director Nicole McElroy in the middle of your screen there, talking with Spacewalk Communicator and NASA astronaut Jessica Whitner, who is relaying communications up to both Hague and Williams as they have started to wind down their procedures on the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. And that is a part of one of a handful of tasks that those two have completed so far today, so much so that they had reported earlier that they're nearly an hour ahead of schedule, but there are additional tasks that they can assign both Hague and Williams to participate in before the closure of today's EVA. Of those tasks, they have removed and replaced a rate gyro assembly, the number 2 unit. That was the priority task number 1 that they started with. They also removed and replaced a planar reflector used for communication for visiting vehicles that were in transit to the International Space Station for docking and relaying rate of closure communications. Also patches for the damaged NICER experiment, the Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer, and of course now working together and patching up their workspace of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, preparatory tasks for future EVAs to upgrade the AMS or Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer.
You're going to end up picking up the NICER caddy and putting it on your swing arm, and then Sunny is going to take the crew lock bag back on her BRT, and then you'll both pick up your green hooks, and then what we're looking for you to do is actually head out to the starboard SETA cart together. Sunny is going to lead, and then we'll work some APFR troubleshooting there before we head back to the airlock.
Okay. Sounds good. I'm going to pick up my BRT.
Yep, Nick, when you're ready, you can work with Sunny to egress the AMS worksite.
worst part of your head getting in here is when you're way in trying to do the BRT.
Yeah.
Other than that, the rest of it is pretty clear. Right now, your this is probably 6 inches from top of that AMS area.
Yeah. It's a tight fit on that BRT around that handrail. Being able to get your fingers on the paddles, there's not a lot of access.
And you just heard their communication from Spacewalk communicator Jessica Whitner relaying up the next steps for this EVA, USA EVA 91, as they complete their tasks at the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. And now they will together return to the airlock to drop off some tools and equipment before together making their way to the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint that had a couple components stuck earlier today at the beginning of the EVA, but did not play a role or a factor in the removal and replacement of the rate gyro assembly. So this will be a get-ahead task for the two crew members that are participating now, what is going to be 4 minutes and 54 seconds into the EVA, the fourth in the career of NASA astronaut Nick Hague and the 8th for Sunny Williams. They have just entered an orbital nighttime period as the International Space Station currently flying over Europe and the southern border of Poland.
I guess I'm going to start to move as well.
Yep, I'll meet you on base 1.
Okay, copy, Sunny, and we need to see you out of the truss, Nick. When you can and you're in a good spot, you can check your safer handles are down. And then, Sunny, once you meet up with Nick on phase 1, we want you to just do an inspection of tabs and BRT tab up.
Okay.
Get up my green hook now. Hook is connected to the red reel. Just looking at your tab.
You see it?
Right tabs up. Left tabs are up. Looking good.
Okay.
Saber handles are down.
Yep.
Green lights on.
All right. I'm gonna get configured here. I've got to get this transferred over onto my swing arm and pick up my green hook, but you're leading over that way.
Okay.
So if you want to start that way,
Okay.
I'll catch up to you.
And Nick, Sunny, we are tracking along and just want to make sure, Sunny, that you've picked up your green hook on 3208.
We had your green hook and crew lock bag, and I'm just starting to translate ports.
Copy all?
You heard me. I said that his tabs are up.
Yeah, affirm. We heard tabs are up and safer handles are down.
Hey, I'm at the sea to spur.
Copy, Sunny. And we see you both go into the starboard Cedar cart back where that troublesome APFR was. And for SA, we're going to leave that crew lock bag number 1 is still down there on phase 6, Sunny, that you put there earlier. Nick will be grabbing that, but on the way back to the airlock after the...
For caddy is on my swing arm. My green hook.
Copy, Nick.
Continuing to follow along the progression of U.S. EVA number 91 as we view from the helmet cam of NASA astronaut and designated EV1 spacewalker Nick Hague as he and NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams, continuing to translate or move across the International Space Station from where they were previously at the worksite of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer and making their way now towards the APFR, the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, as the two have accomplished a large majority of their tasks and even have gotten ahead of schedule. So this is an opportunity to review a piece of hardware that was stuck in a current configuration and was a little troublesome, but played no impact in its intended use was to be a part of the replacement of the rate gyro assembly number 2. So with the extra time or get ahead time, an opportunity to go back and revisit that before future spacewalks. Coming up, in fact, we just passed the 5-hour mark of today's EVA for both Hague and Williams, racking up additional totals of their spacewalking career for Sunny Williams. This is her 8th, came into today with 50 hours and 40 minutes of time. And for Nick Hague, in his 4th spacewalk today, 19 hours and 56 minutes of time. And again, now just elapsing the 5-hour and 1-minute mark of US EVA 91.
Yeah, you can ret to the APFR and try to actuate that collar back to the black on white position to see if you can get it to unlocked. But really, we want you guys both to work together on that and just try to keep the WIFX in a nice stable position while we're doing that, to see if that helps at all. And then if neither of those things help, then we'll look to troubleshoot using an AET over the locking collar itself, and I have some steps for that.
Okay. I'm going to wait till Nick gets here. I'm ready to it.
On my way.
Yep. Up high.
Okay.
To keep our tethers, like, untangled.
Okay, I'm just passing your crew lock bag.
And Sunny, if we can have you power cycle your HECA again, so just off, wait 30 seconds, back on.
Stop.
Okay, I see your safety tether now. All right.
This one here.
Okay. Over there.
All right, for both of you, now that you're both out there, again, we're just going to try to use both hands to get that locking collar open to the full black on white position. And if we're successful at any point in these steps getting that APFR off, we're going to have one crew member hold the APFR. We're basically going to do a swap with the one that Sunny put into WIF 4. And so we'll work that real time.
Yeah. We're trying to get it out of this WIF extender.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a hold WIF extender or something?
Yeah, if you want to stabilize it.
The two NASA astronauts have reached their next task for today's EVA, and that is the articulating portable foot restraint that they're looking to get unstuck, if you will, from what they experienced earlier in the EVA, but played no factor in their completing tasks. But with the available time, both Sunny Williams and Nick Hague, NASA astronauts, working in tandem to free up this portable foot restraint.
I'm tethered to it, so it's fine.
Okay.
All right, we see it out. So,
now we want to put.
Yeah, one of you guys are going to hold that, and then the other one, we're going to look to pull the APFR out of WIF 4 and into the WIF X.
And right on cue, getting reports of a good release of that articulating portable foot restraint as Sunny Williams and Nick Hague continue to work together.
And Sunny, as you move that down,
that
the clocking's going to be 12.
Which one?
Why don't you put yours in first, Sunny? So the one that's going to go into the, not the WIF extender.
That's not the WIF extender is 12. Is that right, Jeff?
Okay, so the one that's going into WIF 4, not the WIF X, is going to have a clocking of 3.
On that side, I mean.
3 Zenith.
Yep. Ready to get it there?
Yep. Verify you're red. Go. Right there's the red clocking. You push in.
Right, that's pulling me this way. Oh, that's. No, that's a BRT. Okay. Come on. Bumping into you.
That's okay. I'm in your way. Move.
Pulling APFRs. All right, get in there, you. Let me get a better handle on this thing.
Grease pig.
It's up there. Put out.
Went in there. Good full twist.
Good pull, good twist. Yep. There.
Copy, good full twist test. And then, Sunny, if it's not already, if you can just verify that that's Papa Papa Fox 6 in WIF 4.
I can see Papa Papa.
I see 6. And Fox 6.
All right, complete. Thanks.
This one, what is the clocking here?
The clocking for the WIFX is going to be 12.
This one's 12. So 12, and it's Papa Papa Fox 6 as well.
Affirm, Nick.
Okay. Towards you a little bit more.
Yep.
There you go.
Right there.
Okay. I'm going to twist and pull. Hit us in. Back on board.
All right, Jess, what's up next?
Right here, we could pop over the back and one of us could check out that APFR. That's the plan. Hey, feeling? Yeah, feeling good too.
And Nick, Sunny, nice work on those
And a little
APFRs. Just give us
the finger that took the pictures.
Give us 1 minute to talk the game plan here.
No problem.
I'm a little tired, but
Yep.
I'm fine.
Yep.
All the night.
Sorry. Yeah, we can't forget the brakes when we leave.
Here?
Yeah.
Both sides?
We just have to tap this side as we're leaving.
That?
Have to tap this side.
You go first?
All right, Nick, Sunny, I got some big picture for you
Yeah,
when you're ready.
I'll lead us back. We are ready.
All right, Nick, you had it right. You're going to be leading back to the airlock. Big picture, we're going to head back to the airlock and stow the bags. Nick, you're going to pick up that crew lock bag 1 and stow that on your BRT, or you can tend it if you just want to tend it down the Cetusburg, either way. And then we're going to clean up. We're going to put all the bags and tools back in the airlock secured. And then we'd like to hear your thoughts because we do still have some time available. We're about still, say, 45 minutes or so up on time. So thoughts on doing the ammonia line imagery task. And with regards to APFR, the Z1 would be the APFR that we'd look to go for.
That seems reasonable. Everything buttoned back into the airlock.
Yeah.
And then let's see how much time we've got left and go from there.
Okay.
Okay, yep, that sounds good to us. So
Okay.
let's get
I'll
you guys
lead
moving.
away.
And then real quick, can we get one more confirm? I don't know, think we heard black on black and pull twist with the pitch knob on that last APFR.
Confirm.
Okay, copy.
Yeah, black on black, good full twist test on the ATFR in the WIFX.
Copy, thanks for those words. And Sunny, if you can hit the starboard seat start brake pedals on your way as well.
I did, thank you. Did it twice.
You heard good words there from spacewalk communicator Jessica Whitner relaying up to the crew of Nick Hague and Sunny Williams out on US EVA number 91 of additional tasks assigned to the two of them as they translate across the International Space Station, as they have gotten ahead of their time frame, still about 45 minutes or so ahead of their scheduled tasks, which included 4 key ones that they have since completed, as they are now 5 hours and 14 minutes into their scheduled EVA. So with that extra time on their schedule, able to stop by the airlock and stow bags and continued cleanup before wrapping up today's EVA. But they will also take some imagery of an ammonia line for additional engineering and research purposes. That will be coming up here shortly. And then another articulating portable foot restraint will be reviewed here shortly along those lines as well. So that is what the additional tasks have been relayed up to both Nick Hague and Sunny Williams towards the back end of this EVA and spacewalk today.
Let me grab this crew lock bag real quick. I've got a rat on the crew lock bag, and I'm just going to tend it as I go back.
Copy, Nick.
Tell me when you're down low.
Yep, I understand. Until I get to the toolbox, and then I'll be out of your way.
Okay.
Okay, I'm at the airlock toolbox.
Okay, coming that way. Down to Petersburg.
Jeff, I'm at the airlock. Good to open thermal cover.
Affirm, Nick.
Astronaut Nick Hague has arrived to the airlock, the crew lock, as a part of the Quest airlock, in which they will drop off. And you heard communications from the teams here at Mission Control in Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room to stow baggage and tools before moving on to some get-ahead tasks, which will include additional imagery or taking photos of an ammonia line, as well as potential APFR evaluations. That is an articulating portable foot restraint before the close of today's EVA. Now 5 hours and 17 minutes into today's spacewalk for NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams. Everything has been going swimmingly, so much so that they have been moved ahead of schedule. They accomplished their 4 key tasks, which were to replace a rate gyro assembly, remove and replace a planar reflector for communications for visiting vehicles, install patches for the damaged NICER experiment, which went swimmingly, as well as together working on the work site of the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, releasing beta cloth and ties to access a patch panel to gain some preparatory information on testing and tools and that configuration for future upgrades. But as mentioned, working ahead of schedule and diligently as a team all the way throughout, and now looking at a couple of opportunities for get-ahead tasks before completing today's spacewalk.
crew lock bag coming in the hatch.
Okay. Mr. Caddy is stowed, still on my swing arm. You got the crew lock bag?
Can you do that one?
Yeah, I can take care of it. Now, get the... Okay, releasing yours.
Yep.
Coming back towards you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, all that stuff is down. Okay, I'm coming back out.
All right, and Nick, before you come back out, we just want to confirm in the airlock that we should see 2 PGTs, 2 crew lock bags, and the nicer caddy.
The large ORU bag. Correct.
There's the large ORU bag. Thank you for correcting us.
It's just it's wonderfully in my way in here. Okay. So,
On the back side.
on the back side, I'm coming out.
As you come out, I will take a look at your paper handle.
Okay.
Left is down. BRT tabs, left side are up. Your handle on your right side is down. BRT tab on your right is up.
Okay. Standing.
Great visuals there of NASA astronaut Nick Hague stopping by the Quest airlock.
Almost close.
The theme of the day, we would ask that you turn your HECA back to the on. Thanks.
Okay. HECA is green light on.
Okay, copy. We will continue to troubleshoot. All right, so for both of you, we see we have about 20 to 25 minutes before we want to bring you guys back to the airlock. And with that, we're just going to take these tasks as far as we get in that amount of time. So what we see is Sunny with the camera is going to execute the Node 3 ammonia, or the Node 1 ammonia line imagery task. And we'll start translation first. And then Nick, we're going to have you follow Sunny to the Z1 APFR toolbox, and then actually stand by.
Right.
So,
Up and over out.
put over and down. Yep.
We start translating, Jeff?
Okay. We just wanted to confirm the tether config was correct. So we do see, Sunny, you translating first out to node 1 to take the ammonia line imagery, and then Nick following, and then splitting off at node 1 up to the Z1 APFR for an APFR eval.
Copy. We're on our way.
Okay, so let me remind myself where I am. Node 1 is there. Just come across here.
Yep.
Great communication there between Jessica Whitner, the spacewalk communicator here on the ground at Mission Control in Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, relaying the get-ahead tasks. And you heard that there was a little bit of time left on this EVA number 91 for NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague, and divvying up the tasks as they have stopped off at the Quest airlock and the crew lock to drop off various bags of equipment and tools, and then now translating or moving around the International Space Station, in which Sunny Williams will then take imagery of an ammonia line, and together while moving off, they will split off, you heard, and Nick Hague will...
And for both your SA, we don't have good views right now, so you can continue to keep us apprised and let me know if you need any directions along the way.
And for astronaut Nick Hague, he will evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint that you saw them working on just before returning to drop off the tools of the airlock. And that is a visual of the airlock itself and the astronauts making their way around it before proceeding with these get-ahead tasks and additional tasks after completing the 4 key ones on today's checklist.
And Sunny, the first photo for you is actually going to still be on node 1. You're going to be head facing nadir on node 1 handrail 0107. And then I have a caution.
05.
I have a caution for you. There'll be no loads or translation into the fluid lines, MLI gap spanners holding the MLI in place, and Cygnus thrusters are a no-go for kick loads.
Cables here.
Jess, I'm at the 1 APFR for the eval.
Okay, copy, Nick. While I give Sunny some words, you can activate the pitch, roll, and yaw pedals just one direction and back to its original location and verify that those work.
Okay, and work.
Okay, I'm at 7107. Signator. See the cupola.
Copy, Sunny. If you've identified the MLI covering...
Coming up right in my face.
If you... Yep, we're waiting for...
Yep.
Yeah, there's sunrise. We want you to identify that MLI covering the aftmost connector bank on node 3, on the node 3 starboard end cone, and then you're going to photograph and scan the MLI from the aft side looking forward. And Sunny, for you, we're really just looking for a box pattern, like overlapping box pattern, so we can put all the pictures together later. And Nick, for you, I do have a warning. There's a potential MMOD strikes, or there are potential MMOD strikes in the vicinity of that APFR. So let us know if you see anything, and be careful with your hand placement.
Okay, got it. So far, yaw and roll are functional. No issues.
Copy. I heard yaw and roll functional. Can you confirm you've done pitch already, or are you working on that now?
Working on that now. Do you have final settings that you want me to leave this in, configuration-wise?
Yeah, Nick, we just want it to be back in the position.
Hey, Jess, you're just looking for orthogonal pictures, really, of this side coming over, correct? Anyway, the sun sort of moved a little bit.
Cabby, Sunny, can you repeat that last?
Okay, I'm just taking orthogonal pictures, like between, for example, the Cygnus petals and these lines, correct? So you can see the distance between the two?
Yeah, A-firm. If you're capturing Cygnus and the connector bank on node 3 and the cables in between that, then you are hitting that area of interest.
Okay, very good. What's next?
Okay, Sunny, the next location is going to be translating over to node 3, handrail 0619, and that's going to be zenith from where you're at right now, and then across the two gap spanners, the two diagonal gap spanners to node 3, and then at that lower gap spanner you should find handrail 0619.
Yes, the pitch knob is functional. No issues. It works like it's brand new.
And great news, Nick. Can you just verify that it is the pitch knob is back out?
Springs right back out.
Hey, Jess, I'm at 0619.
Copy from 0619, Sunny. You're going to photograph that MLI again, and then capturing the entire length of the MLI and the surrounding modules. Now, for both of you, we're 2 minutes to handover, and we might have some Radicom here for the next 5 minutes or so after that, but I'll ask you to repeat if I don't hear it. Nick, for you, we can do the active WIF eval now, so you can reposition for access to the active WIF and then tether to the APFR. And then we don't want to actually take the APFR out, but we just want to actuate the locking collar to make sure we can get it to the white on black position and that the paddles themselves can be depressed, but don't actually pull the APFR out.
Okay. I'll get in position.
Five hours and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk featuring NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague, as the two of them have cruised through their tasks, no issues, everything working swimmingly, and now operating on some additional tasks that have been assigned by the team here on the ground in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. The space station currently entering an orbital daytime period after just flying over Sydney, Australia, and approaching the west coast of New Zealand.
It's one handrail nadir of that current handrail you're at, and we're 20 seconds to handover, and it's the same photograph series that we're on.
Now looking at a live view inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room, where Spacewalk Flight Director Nicole McElroy in the middle of your screen, being joined on support by Flight Director Elias Mirmo. For McElroy and her Vista flight team, they have been walking through every step of today's EVA that got officially underway at 7:01 a.m. Central Time. Jessica Whitner immediately to McElroy's right-hand side, the spacewalk communicator, and Aki Hoshide, the Capcom, the JAXA astronaut for today's EVA as well. As we mentioned, about 5 hours and 34 minutes into today's spacewalk, in which Sunny Williams and Nick Hague have completed their assigned tasks for the day and are now getting ahead on tasks with the extra time available to them. For Sunny Williams, that was the most recent helmet cam view that you saw that had her holding a camera. She is taking imagery or photos of an ammonia line on the Unity module of the International Space Station. And Nick Hague, you heard communications of him talking about yaw and pitch. He was evaluating and articulating portable foot restraint, an additional foot restraint after having done so on a couple of previous on this EVA as well. So again, the two astronauts ahead of schedule and able to accomplish additional tasks along their EVA procedures today.
And then the last thing for this eval is going to be tool stanchion collar eval. So you'll reposition for access to the tool stanchion collar, and then you'll pull that tool stanchion handle out and rotate the collar in both directions as the worksite allows, and then you'll just have to put the handle back to stow the stanchion back in its original place.
Jess, I moved to 108. I think the next one is one more up.
And Sunny, the next
617?
The next one is actually 0616, so it's a long handrail in between the two shorter ones, so it's directly nadir on node 3.
Okay.
And this position, Sunny, is the trickiest one. It's the closest you're going to get to the ammonia lines, so just using good BRT like you have to hold that position, and then just looking for the square grid photo technique as you take these photos.
Jeff, the tool stanchion collar actuates just fine, rotates freely. It's back in its original position.
Cappy Nick on the tool stanchion, so that completes the APFR eval. We would like to just get one more double check if you can read out the settings on that APFR and just one visual look over to make sure we don't see any MMOD hits.
Got a clocking of 3. Papa. Delta 1.
Copy, Nick. We're good with those settings, so that completes that APFR eval. Unless there's anything else, we can get you heading back to the airlock.
No, it looks in good condition, and I haven't noticed any MMOD strikes on it, so be good to use.
Copy all.
I'm complete here as well.
Copy, Sunny. With that, we're complete with our ammonia line imagery, so you can restow the camera and then start your translation back to the airlock as well. With the tethers, we see Nick leading back, but he should be in front of you.
Okay. Me, sorry.
Oh, you're good. We're out of the snarl.
Continuing our live coverage of today's U.S. EVA number 91, as you heard from the ground and spacewalk communicator Jessica Whitner, that the additional tasks assigned for NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Sunny Williams have been completed. For Sunny, taking imagery or photos of an ammonia line, and for Nick Hague to evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint aboard the International Space Station. Approaching now 5 hours and 42 minutes of EVA time. That got underway at 7:01 a.m. Central Time, 8:01 a.m. Eastern. The team has been working efficiently and cruising right through their assigned tasks. They had 4 major ones for today, including the replacing of a rate gyro assembly as the top task, removing and replacing a planar reflector for communications for visiting vehicles, patching up a damaged portion of the NICER X-ray telescope to allow for that to be fully operational once again, and then assessing the work site and potential for future upgrades to the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer. And as mentioned, the additional tasks they were able to squeeze in because of their efficiency throughout the day today were to take imagery of that ammonia line on the Unity module and evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint. Now you see the imagery right there of astronaut Nick Hague. He's the one with the red stripes on his uniform. You can see that illustrated on the legs of his spacesuit. This view from Sunny Williams is the two standing just outside the Quest airlock and looking to begin their journey back inside the orbiting laboratory. And there you can see the team that has been working with the two astronauts every step of the way today, led by Spacewalk Flight Director Nicole McElroy there in the middle of your screen, Flight Director Elias Mirmo, who will be directing the next U.S. spacewalk. That'll be occurring a week from today. There for support, Jessica Whitner just down that middle row. She's acting as the spacewalk communicator, relaying all instructions up to the crew outside the International Space Station, and Aki Hoshide of JAXA as the COPCOM for everyone inside of the space station. And just behind in that back row, you see Farouk Sabor in the back row to the right, the spacewalk lead officer today that's been helping orchestrate a lot of these tasks and seeing what's available for get-ahead opportunities for the two astronauts.
Okay. I am in.
All right, Nick, Sunny, just had a quick handover there. We're back with you now.
Sunny has her waist tether down to the airlock D-ring extender, get close by lock, and got a good path, so I'm going to release her anchor hook.
Copy all.
I'm in, Jeff.
And Nick, you do have a go to
Tether
retrieve the
pack
anchor hook.
coming in.
My tether pack is coming in.
Yep.
I've got it.
Okay. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put my waist tether there. Hey, gate closed, black on black. That just, I'm going to release my safety tether back.
Yeah, copy, Nick. We heard black on black for EV2's anchor hook on your waist tether, so you have a go to pick up your hook.
Put my waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender.
Both of ours are today.
Okay.
D-ring extender.
Copy, understand the config now. You still have a go.
Okay. My anchor hook is picked up. Swing around and come in feet first. You're clear of the bag.
I'm clear. Waist is in.
And there's an excellent view from the helmet camera of NASA astronaut Sunny Williams as you're seeing them start to re-enter the Quest airlock and the crew lock portion of the International Space Station after completing a multitude of tasks outside of the orbiting laboratory. You can see at the feet of Williams, Nick Hague backing in to place. They were talking over their tethering configurations on how to make sure that they are properly attached and safely attached to the International Space Station.
There's up here.
I've got the thermal cover RET attached to the D-ring. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines.
Copy, Nick. And can you just verify that the magnet is engaged?
The magnet is engaged, although it does not want to stay very well. Hang on a second. There's a flap of cloth over it. Okay. Magnet's engaged.
Okay, copy. Can I get both of you to turn off your HECAs?
It's coming off.
Pick us up.
All right. Both of you can remove your SCUs from their stowage pouch and then remove your DCM cover and connect your SCUs.
Cheers, by the way.
Oh.
Right there.
Man. Coming from everywhere.
Yeah. Trying to get the tethers out of there. Give you your...
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Okay.
All right.
That's yours?
Yeah, behind it. Here's position.
And there you heard the communication from Jessica Whitner, the spacewalk communicator up to the crew as they have now begun the ingress process or returning inside the International Space Station after a hard day's work out and about the orbiting laboratory in the vacuum of space, completing the 4 key tasks and an additional 2 tasks on today's spacewalk. Now approaching 5 hours and 49 minutes of EVA time as, again, the crew aboard the International Space Station, both Williams and Hague in their suits, but their support team of Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit will be awaiting for them. And there they are right there looking through the hatchway. They are in the equipment lock of the Quest airlock portion, and they're looking through the window at both Hague and Williams as they make their way back inside the International Space Station.
Just a couple.
And Sunny, we copy the couple of
EV1,
flights.
FCUs connected and locked.
Not much, just a couple.
Sounds good. We are not concerned down here, and you can continue. And you can expect an H2O is off message.
And message received. Water's off.
Message received also. Water's off.
Copy. Last caution of the procedure, we're not going to close the hatch until the water has been off for 2 minutes, so I'll get back to you.
Job.
Nicely done. Talk to me about that APFR afterwards.
I will.
Eat my lunch.
System shake violently.
There you go.
Some fun and friendly words exchanged between astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams as they return inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock and continuing with their ingress portion after a hard day's work on EVA 91 outside of the International Space Station. You are seeing the other portion of the Quest airlock, the equipment lock that NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore, who is in the center of the screen, looking through the window of the hatchway and peering in to see what astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams are up to, alongside with Don Pettit. They are the IVs, or intervehicular support team, for today's spacewalk. They help the two prepare, get dressed in their spacesuits, along with their pre-breathe portion of their preparations before egressing out into the vacuum of space, and await for their crewmates to return here in the next little while.
All right, Nick, Sunny, that's 2 minutes. So, Nick, you can verify the outer hatch is clear of any hardware and tethers, and then verify the handle position per the hatch decal. And when that's done, you can close and lock the hatch.
Work.
Now just a little over 5 hours and 52 minutes into today's EVA is the crew of Sunny Williams and Nick Hague, two astronauts EV1 and EV2, out and about of the International Space Station, completing a multitude of assembly, maintenance, and upgraded tasks, and are now back inside the crew lock and awaiting the next steps of the ingress portion of today's spacewalk, or their return inside of the orbiting laboratory. You're seeing a live look from inside the equipment lock, the other half of this airlock, the Quest airlock, in which their support teams on the other side of that hatchway. That is Barry Wilmore, NASA astronaut, looking in and keeping an eye on both Hague and Williams, and Don Pettit immediately off to his right-hand side.
Latched and locked. Hatches closed, Jeff.
Copy, hatches closed and locked. Sunny, on the UIA, we are going to check oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves. 2 are open.
EMU 1 and 2 are open.
Copy, switch power EV 1 and 2, 2 valves to on.
Our EV1 coming on. LED is on. Our EV2 coming on. LED is on.
Copy, Sunny. Can you check that EV1 and 2 volts read 18 to 19?
Confirmed 18.6 on 1, 18.6 on 2.
Awesome. Both of you, please switch power now to SCU and EV. Expect warning tone.
I'll wait for you.
Okay. I'm in SU.
Get that back. Hold on. Wait. Second.
The toughest switch through I have to do. Hold your arm in half 3 times in order to make that throw.
SCU, 82 SCU. Hear me?
Yes, I heard you.
Okay.
Jess, we're both in SCU.
Okay, copy, Nick, Sunny. With that, I'm going to go ahead and sign off here and hand you back to Butch. But before I do that, I just want to take a quick moment to congratulate both you and the entire team today on a safe and really highly successful EVA. Some of these tasks we accomplished today were really a long time in the making, so it really was the combined efforts of both the team on orbit and the many, many teams on the ground that made today a reality. So I just want to say thank you all for dedicating the time and the effort that you did. And congrats, Nick and Sunny, on the completion of your 4th and 8th EVAs, respectively. Job well done.
Thanks, Jess. You did an awesome job today. And, those are great words. As you mentioned those teams, it flashes through my head seeing the faces and the smiles of all those people support us at the MDL and the VR lab and Building 9 and the team that makes this happen is it's just really special to be a part of it and get to do this with them. We're about 2 months short of the 60th anniversary of the first spacewalk, and it's just really cool to be part of that legacy and do our little bit.
A couple words also, if you don't mind, Nick.
Fire away.
It's a huge team, but also our families. Thank you to them. With this fun adventure, particularly on the 60th anniversary of spacewalking. Happy birthday to my husband, Mike.
Hey, happy birthday, Mike.
All right, Butch, I think we're back with you.
Houston, just confirm you want me to pick up from here.
Yeah, affirm. Thanks, Nick and Sunny, for those great words. And Butch, you have the comm.
Fantastic. Well, UHA and Gizzard also want to send happy birthday wishes to Mike. And with that, we're going to step into get you guys in here. So both of you, O2 actuator to press.
Copy.
Verify O2 pause press is displayed.
Good.
And you just heard from the crew aboard the International Space Station and NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams as they are returned to the crew lock with some joyous words of their day today, and truly a team effort from those up aboard the International Space Station and those teams here on the ground. Approaching 5 minutes and 59 seconds of today's EVA as the support teams aboard the orbiting laboratory. Butch Wilmore, you see to the left, Don Pettit to the right, just outside of the hatch. And just on the other side is where Hague and Williams await as they continue to begin their ingress procedures to return inside the orbiting laboratory.
And that's EV1 and EV2 both in press?
Affirm. Affirm.
Press is displayed.
Yes.
Nick, check the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
It is closed, Butch. Will do.
The start time was 1900. Before expected alert time. You're currently at 1.5.
Okay. Copy. Slow down in here.
Four.
Copy 4.
You just heard the call for today's spacewalk that has officially come to a close at 1:01 p.m. Central Time, 2:01 p.m. Eastern Time, and that puts today's EVA at exactly 6 hours long for NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams. We'll bring you updated stats in just a couple of moments, but again, that official end time and repressurization of the crew lock began at 1:01 p.m. Central Time at 2:01 p.m. Eastern.
All right, good timing. Thank you, Aki.
I never turned on my glove heaters.
Neither. Me neither. Had a nice temperature all day long.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Not too cold, just right.
Yeah, I never had to touch the TCV once we went out there.
Yeah. Me neither.
You guys, let's check your glove heaters are off.
One's off.
Glove for any contamination.
No contamination.
No contamination. That's nothing on my gloves.
4 seconds in our 2-minute wait. Houston pressure appears to be holding stable. Do you agree?
Check him. Give us another minute or so. We'll get back to you.
Okay, sounds good. Standing by. Standing by another minute, guys.
Standing by.
Y'all are still feeling good, right?
Feeling good.
Feeling good.
Holding while we're waiting, just to confirm, before we actually continue to repress, we're going to go O2 actuator to IV and step in. Is that right?
And but you are correct, and we are good to continue at this point.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that brings us up to step 10. If both of y'all are feeling well, you go O2 actuator to IV. Let me know when you're there, and then we'll continue the repress.
EV2's an IV.
And one's an IV.
All righty, here we go. IV hatch equalization valve. We're going norm to continue the repress. Expected alert tone. PSI. 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 PSI.
Copy 9, feeling good.
And PSI. Thank you. 11 PSI. PSI.
It's lunchtime.
Lunchtime. Gotta have all the meals all at once.
Yep. Lunch, dinner, all in one.
13 PSI.
Copy 13, feeling good.
Same here.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, it's like a blender.
Yeah. Blender. We undo from the ring extender so they don't
I don't think we're going to float away.
stuck like a...
TDP is 0. You'll expect an alert tone.
Okay.
Free.
Thank you.
14 PSI.
We continue our live coverage of U.S. Spacewalk 91 as NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague have returned inside the crew lock after an exactly 6-hour spacewalk today that saw them accomplish a multitude of tasks. And as we update the numbers with that time frame, today the 273rd spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. as we hear Butch Wilmore and the internal team inside the International Space Station continuing to monitor the repressurization of the crew lock to bring both Hague and Williams back inside. Today's spacewalk for those two was the first out of station this year and the second spacewalk during Expedition 72. It is the fourth spacewalk of Nick Hague's career, and his new totals now are 25 hours and 56 minutes. The eighth spacewalk of Sonny Williams' career, 6 hours on the button, starting right at 7:01 a.m. Central Time and ending at 1:01 p.m. Central Time. And with that, in total, today, as we mentioned, the 273rd spacewalk in support of assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the total time of that approaching 1,729 hours, 13 minutes, or the equivalent of, at the bottom there, 72 days, 1 hour, and 13 minutes of spacewalking time for the International Space Station. And there you see the beautiful views of the hatch opening. Don Pettit and Butch Wilmore ready to welcome back inside the equipment lock Nick Hague and Sonny Williams with some happy hugs as they make their way back inside the orbiting laboratory. That is Commander of Expedition 72, Sonny Williams, entering in first. And there you see the top of her helmet, and then just past that, you see the feet up above the top of that crew lock belonging to astronaut Nick Hague.
We're still seeing no pain.
Continuing to monitor the ingress of astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague as they have returned from outside the International Space Station for U.S. spacewalk number 91. Sonny Williams right there in the foreground, and Hague out in the background. You see his feet floating towards the top of the crew lock as they enter and get assistance from their internal support team of NASA astronauts Don Pettit and Butch Wilmore. Right now they're taking off the safer units on the backside of Williams's uniform. Those are the simplified aid for EVA rescue, should they have needed them for additional safety assurance outside of the International Space Station. That provides them stability, thrust, and maneuverability should they become untethered. So as they adjust for Sonny, they will make sure that they have everything squared away before reattaching her to the equipment lock. And you are watching continued coverage here on NASA Plus as EVA 91 starting to wind down as NASA astronaut and commander of Expedition 72, Sunny Williams, has the first one to enter the equipment lock. And her colleagues, NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore on the right side, Don Pettit on the near ground, assisting Williams back up on the rack and inside the equipment lock. And astronaut Nick Hague, who joined Williams for an exactly 6-hour spacewalk today, awaits his turn inside the crew lock just through that lidded framework. You can see his feet and those red stripes so faintly floating before he can make his return inside the International Space Station as well. And again, this was the 8th spacewalk for Williams, the 4th for Nick Hague. Bringing up their overall totals for Hague, 25 hours and 56 minutes out in the vacuum of space. And for Williams, now 56 hours and 40 minutes in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. We'll continue our coverage and keep things here right on NASA Plus as we watch the two astronauts return inside the space station and make sure that all systems are good with those two. And of course, we'll recap today's events as teamwork on display for both Hague and Williams, the team inside the International Space Station and the teams here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, and many more on the ground supporting today's EVA that saw the accomplishment of 4 key tasks as well as 2 additional tasks thanks to the efficiency of all those involved during today's spacewalk. And there you saw the removal of the safer unit on the backside of the spacesuit of Nick Hague. Hague on the right with the red stripes towards the top of that backpack-like structure of his suit. And Sunny Williams just across the way of the equipment lock inside of the Quest airlock of the International Space Station. Great to see those congratulatory handshakes and hugs for the two astronauts after completing a 6-hour spacewalk today, US EVA number 91, in which they were able to remove and replace a rate gyro assembly, the number 2 unit that helps measure the International Space Station's vehicle motion, and also the rotational rate, and provide that data for better calculate orientation of the orbiting laboratory. They would then go on to remove and replace a planar reflector that was on the zenith side of the Harmony International Docking Adapter. That would be the spacing side of that port, to help with the communications for visiting vehicles for their approach to and docking procedures connecting with the orbiting laboratory. And then the two would then move on to install patches for the damaged NICER X-ray telescope, the Neutron Star Interior Composition Explorer. And then the two would move on to the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer setup to look out for future EVA opportunities, preparatory tasks to upgrade the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, or AMS. And with that efficiency and the teamwork of those two and their guidance and teammates inside the International Space Station and those on the ground, they had extra time and were given additional tasks in which they were able to complete imagery of an ammonia line on the Unity module and pick up those photos for future use, as well as take a look and evaluate an articulating portable foot restraint unit also on the outside of the International Space Station. Now you are looking inside the equipment lock, the crew lock just past them, where both Nick Hague on the right side, Sunny Williams on the left, would re-enter the International Space Station and are now being assisted back onto the racks by their internal support team of astronauts, NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit.
Do you want pictures of the gloves while they're pressurized?
Stand-by. But we do not need pressurized glove photos, only for unpressurized, unless there's something specific.
Hang on. Gloves look good. Okay, then we're up to step 19. You ready?
We are go, step 19.
You're looking live inside of the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we have a temporary handover of communications with the International Space Station between satellites as the U.S. EVA spacewalk and Flight Director Nicole McElroy keeping eye on NASA astronauts Nick Hague and Sunny Williams, who have completed a 6-hour spacewalk and have since returned inside of the International Space Station with assistance from Butch Wilmore and Don Pettit, who are assisting them in the removal of their gloves and helmets. And we will keep coverage here on NASA Plus until that removal and take a look ahead at what's to come and future U.S. spacewalks. The next one just a week from now. There you can see the return feed coming from the inside of the equipment lock as Sunny Williams on the left-hand side completing her 8th spacewalk today. Nick Hague on the right completing his 4th.
Alec Houston, Don, if you can see it on your right, if you look below, downwards, there was a battery pack that was floating downwards. Good catch.
This is Mission Control Houston. As you can see from inside the Quest airlock, the helmets and gloves have been removed from NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague after completing a 6-hour spacewalk, U.S. Spacewalk 91, completing a multitude of tasks in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. That'll conclude our coverage for today's EVA, but taking a look ahead at what's to come for future EVAs, the next one, U.S. Spacewalk EVA 92, will be a week from now, Thursday, January 23rd, and starting at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. That'll be 5:45 a.m. Central Time. And again, that'll do it for our coverage today. Thank you so much for tuning in and staying with us for this 6-hour EVA, a successful one and a good day to go for a walk outside for NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Nick Hague. And you can follow along with all the latest updates on nasa.gov. This is Mission Control Houston.